Yo, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome to the gym. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We've got new cards. Whoo, finally. You know, the January drought was hitting. It was hitting hard. And now we're going to be in this format for another few months. We got rotation coming up, so we did get to do a nice 4-hour discussion on rotation Wednesday. That was nice. I've got a video coming out on the YouTube channel about rotation, top 10 rotated cards. That video will be done this afternoon. I got most of the way done, but I'm trying different things. I'm trying different things with the edit, and I think it's going to be fun. So I'm working on that. I also had Craig on yesterday to do some Gym Leader Challenge gameplay, which was a lot of fun, and I'm very thankful that that Craig was able to meet up with us to get some tabletop games in. I felt like we had 3 really good games, so I was very very happy with yesterday's stream. Thank you, Infernin, for the Prime sub and the 23 months. Thank you, Yep Rock, for that Prime sub and the 17 months. Thank you, Jenny Coates, for the sub and the 25 months. Yo, shout out to Craig out there with the sub and the 30 months. Trippy Twitches with the sub in the 22 months. Ben Morse with the Prime sub in the 34 months. Tane Zero with the Prime sub in the 19 months. Earthquake with the Prime sub in the 3 months. Dang, got a lot of subbers out there. Pig Chef with the Prime sub. Holy smokes. Pig Chef, your parents let you use the Prime account? That's hot. Thank you, Bink Rot, for that sub in the 4 months. And thank you, Pig. Thank you. I can get that immortalized in the VOD. There you go, Pig. You're immortalized in the VOD. GG's. Snazzy shirt. You like my shirt, Craig? Thank you, Craig. I do. I feel like this shirt is definitely in your kind of realm of shirts. Konstantinos and Scientists with the Prime subs back to back. Yeah, thank you. And Killer Hamster, the Prime sub in the 12 months. That's 1 year at the gym, bro. Real recognize real for sure. Yeah, this is one of my favorite shirt jackets. I think it's more a shirt jacket than it is a flannel. It's got pockets. That's how you know. Yo, Swizzerton on the beat. What's up? 28 months. Thank you, Swizzy. Thank you for all the love this morning. Yo, let's go. Dang, Friday popping off for real. Y'all recognize that there is some really cool stuff to talk about today. I mean, not every day gets to be terribly exciting when when our bread and butter is playing the Pokemon trading card game live. There are certainly more exciting days and there are less exciting days. But this week has been jam-packed with excitement. Got to play some Gym Leader Challenge yesterday. That was awesome. We got rotation announced. That was awesome. And now we got some new cards from the upcoming sets. As well as some beautiful new secret art rares that have been revealed. Like, dang, even this Cabalion got me feeling things, man. What the heck, dude? It's messed up. Like, look at that. It's on a beautiful, tree. Like the futuristic cold metal Cabalion. I'm not going to call it Iron Crown. I'm not. That is. You are Cabalion. You are Cabalion, bro. Yeah. That Cabalion. Him, Terrakion. Him, I don't know, Verizian. Long neck boy, banana hat. Prehistoric Suicune. Thank you, Teal of Fortune, with the Prime sub. Yeah. He's got a whole banana hat. This artwork is really nice too. Dang, yeah, we got a lot of cool stuff going on. New A-Specs, new skateboard, new skateboard card. Holy moly. We got a new skater card. Why does the skateboard have sirens on it? I can't imagine ever using this. I can imagine using it for the -1 retreat buff, but I can't imagine using it for the free retreat on a Pokemon with 30 hit points or less. But anyways, we've got a lot going on. You've got you know, there's only one thing that comes to mind when I see this card. Is my Manscaped Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, okay? That is the only thing that comes to my mind, bro. I'm like, oh yeah. I got one of these at my place. You know what I use that for? You know what I don't use it for is making both players discard until they have 5 cards in their hand. That's what I don't use it for. What I do use it for is to shape my pubes to my liking. Is my mic peaking? I can fix that. All right. We'll turn it down a little bit. Dang, so many new. Is that a banned chat word? Yes, Ben. Yes, it is. I had to allow it. It is. I had to manually go in and allow. Had to manually go in and allow those. Yep. We got a lot of new cards. Played in Gym Leader Challenge last night. Had Craig on yesterday afternoon for Gym Leader Challenge stream. I got to play my metal deck. I've been brewing with my metal deck all weekend, but I'm sad to say it didn't perform up to my standards on stream, which is fine. I felt like I learned a lot, but you know what? It's fine as well because we got Metang coming out, okay? Metang is on the horizon, so that's fine. We're just going to kick the metal can down the road another month because Metang is coming to save the day. I don't need to play, Max Elixir anymore or anything like that. We just get to Max Elixir every single turn with freaking Metang. But you know what deck was popping off yesterday? And I felt like there were some things that I liked about my metal list, but there's some things that I want to work on as well. So I'm going to keep working on it. I'm going to keep working on it. It's metal's a type that I really believe in, and it's got some really good stuff going on. I just, good lists take work. So I'm going to continue putting in the work to make the metal deck the best that it can possibly be. But you know what deck that was performing well yesterday for my Gym Leader Challenge tabletop was my my colorless deck. And this is the deck that I used on stream yesterday to play against Craig. Kind of turbo energized colorless. I think this deck's okay. You know, I do think it's a strong deck, but I do think that there are some things, you know, like if you kind of like weirdly get behind on energy attachments, colorless can get into a tough spot. I ended up going 3-1 in Gym Leader Challenge League yesterday. I played Ben Borst round 1 with his fire deck. He didn't really get rolling too hot. I did, and I was able to just kind of roll with colorless. Played against Craig with his water deck, and I just got rolling real fast as well. And I had one more round, but I don't know. Then I ended up playing against Alex. I was 3-0, and then I ended up playing against Alex with his fire deck. And I was like, oh, I got this in the bag. I had a pretty good opening. Like I was able to get Lugia and Snorlax going. And I took the first knockout with Lugia, and then Alex was able to return me with Chi-Yu. And then I promoted Snorlax, right, which I had turbo energized too. So it had 3 fire energy. And I had like a couple options in my hand. I could either like play a Tate and Liza to shuffle draw 5, or I could Guzma up Alex's, and I had already gotten rid of his Fighting Fury belt. So I was like, I didn't think that Chi would be able to knock out Snorlax. Or I could Guzma up, and he had just Charmander in play, right? No Charizard yet. So I decided to Guzma up. Alex's Meg Cargo and knock it out, right? Saying like, okay, you're not going to be able to stack your deck next turn. I knew he had a very small hand, but he had Juniper, right? And I was like, off the Juniper, you have to hit Muscle Band in order to knock out my Snorlax with Chi-Yu. And then so I Guzma'd up I ignored the Chi-Yu, and I Guzma'd up the Meg Cargo to try and pick apart his board a little bit. And then I used Squovit to put my hand to the bottom of the deck, and then instruct a Rangaroo to draw a couple more cards. And I was looking for a backup attacker since Lugia had just gone down. I really wanted to find like Cyclizar, but unfortunately I was not able to find Cyclizar, and I was not able to find like Revive or Rescue Stretcher to get the Lugia back. So all I had was a Rangaroo on my bench, and Squovit. So then I did draw into a double colorless energy, and I slapped it on a Rangaroo, and I was like, okay, this is fine. Knock out my Cargo, right? And then at this point, I'm feeling pretty good because I'm up, 2 prizes. I've taken 2 prizes, and Alex has only taken 1. So then Alex promotes Chi-Yu and uses Juniper and has to find Muscle Band in order to take the return knockout. And then he doesn't draw into it off of the Juniper, and I'm like, all right, we're chilling. And then he like does a deck search, and then, with like a ball card or something, and then, kind of like sets up a little bit more. And then the last card he has in his hand to dig for the Muscle Band is Trekking Shoes. And he Trekking Shoes, and he draws into the Muscle Band. And I'm like, God, okay. So he Muscle Bands the Chi-Yu and knocks out my Snorlax, so it goes down. So at this point, I'm like in a little bit of a weird spot because I had Lugia and Snorlax, and both these dudes just got kind of like bodied by the Chi-Yu that now has a Muscle Band on it, right? So then I have an Rangaroo with a double colorless energy on it, and I have Squovit on my bench. And this is all I have right now, right? And I just, and I haven't been able to find Rescue Stretcher or Revive to bring these guys back, so I'm just kind of like vibing with these guys. A Rangaroo's Psychic Attack does 60 damage plus 20 more damage for the amount of energy attached to the opponent's active Pokemon. Chi-Yu has 2 fire energy attached to it. So a Rangaroo would only be doing 100 damage to Chi-Yu, and Chi-Yu has 110 hit points. So I top deck into Raihan, right? And I had checked my prizes. I did, but like, I'm not going to lie, I did not check to see if Powerful Colorless was in my prizes. And I know I needed to, but I hadn't done quite enough deck searches. I think I did exactly 1 deck search at the very beginning of the game, and I had not drawn into any other ball cards yet. So I hadn't done any deck searches since turn 1, right? Because turn 1 I used Tag Call and was able to get Guzma Hala, and I turbo energized. That's how I got both Snorlax and my Lugia going. So I was like, okay. So I drew into Raihan, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna Raihan this turn. So I just like Raihan'd to Squovit, and I was like, I'm gonna go get the powerful colorless energy out of my deck and just knock out this Chi-Yu, right? And that would have put me in like a really good position because Alex's board was very frail because I had knocked out the Magcargo earlier, and I was just in like a pretty commanding spot if I take this knockout. But sure enough, I use Raihan, and then I find that my powerful colorless energy is prized, and so is my double turbo energy, and so is my capture energy. So half of my prize cards were energy. I prized all 3 of these. And then when I play the Raihan, I realize instantly that I cannot take the knockout on this Chi-Yu this turn because Oranguru could only get there with the powerful colorless energy. And I'm just not able to fill my hand to 5 cards because one of the earlier turns, Alex had played Avery. So I had Bidoof like on my bench earlier, but I ended up having to sack the Bidoof to an Avery, like a well-tolerated, a well-timed Avery. So I had to sack the Bidoof there. And that's when things just got weird. So like I whiffed this knockout on the Chi-Yu. Then Alex was able to knock out my Squovit with the muscle banded Chi-Yu again. And so at that point, Alex went up multiple prizes. And by the time I was able to like actually rescue Stretcher, get my boys back into the deck and like get energy on them, Alex was just kind of winning the trade. And then by the end of the game, Alex was able to just kind of win the trade with the fire deck. So it was definitely the Chi-Yu just completely carried. And I kind of had like just a little bit of an awkward fumble with half of my prizes being energy. So I was only operating with 7 energy in the deck. And the prizes, the 3 energy were my 3 final prizes too, which were like pretty tough. So I was just operating without quite enough energy. At the end, it was like we were either going to tie on turns or, I was seeing if like, because we did go to time, it was a long drawn out game. But I did Iono, and then he found Rhyme off of Iono to push my caped Lugia out of the active to take the game winning KO. But really that game didn't really come down to the Rhyme play. It came down to the early Chi-Yu plays, and that's where the game really like Chi-Yu hits for 70 with the muscle band Icky, which is how it was able to knock out my Squovit, right? So like that's what it took the knockout on. I couldn't really afford to leave Oranguru in the active because it was my only thing with energy on it. I was able to use Oranguru later in the game to Guzma up and knock out an Entei that he was powering up. So like I was able to kind of effectively use that Oranguru at some point. But I did feel like this is only my second time playing colorless at Gym Leader Challenge League, and I felt like I did learn a couple of things. Like I went real greedy with the number of Pokemon in the deck. I mean, I've only got 8 Pokemon in the deck, and I went 3-1. I felt good about it, but in that final game against Alex, I did definitely run into there just not being enough Pokemon in the deck, right? I definitely ran into that, and I felt it. No, I tried to boil the deck down to just like the best guys, but I was definitely missing like one extra guy. So I feel like I need Tauros or Kangaskhan here, and that's exactly who I'm going to put back into the deck. It's either going to be Tauros or Kangaskhan. Probably Kangaskhan, because now I'm scarred from that Chi-Yu that just was able to like wipe out my entire board for no reason. So like I'm probably going to put put Kangaskhan back in the deck just so I have like a 2 energy response to do 120 at any point. So I'll probably do that. And also just having another basic Pokemon in the deck is like never really bad. So I'll find room for one more basic Pokemon. I still love the Greedent. So I'm big Greedent pilled. I'm going to keep the Greedent in the deck. I pretty much liked everything else. I mean, everything else felt pretty solid. I think I want a third like HP boosting tool. Right now I've got just 2 in the Lana's fishing rod. The turbo patch is funny, but I will say I hit it like twice yesterday and it was awesome. Every time I hit the turbo patch, it was sick. So I don't hate the turbo patch, just 1 card, you know, it's kind of gas. So turbo patch can make it. The thing about turbo patch is like you can pretty much always play it, and then like if you flip tails, whatever. But if you flip heads, that's like another turn you don't have to Mela or Raihan. So it like really kind of makes things a lot more flexible. I do think I want Cape of Toughness in here too, though. So like that's the other card. Right now I've got Lana's fishing rod with these 2. Early in the game, I was, you know, I could have prevented the knockout on this Snorlax by the Chi-Yu early on if I had found the Luxurious Cape or the Bravery Charm. That would have 100%, you know, I think, if I'd found the Luxurious Cape, because the Bravery Charm had already been field blowered. So I knew his field blower was down. If I was able to find an HP boosting tool, I think I would have just won the game there. So that's those are kind of my thoughts. I felt like the energy count was good. I did have like a pretty terrible whiff on stream yesterday because I had the turn 1 technical machine turbo energized, but then I drew a bunch of cards and didn't find any energy. But I really don't think you need to play more than 10. 10 just feels right. And then with like the energy lotto too, it's like you play 10 and an energy lotto. Like that's really enough, because all you want is the double energies and then the fire energies to accelerate, and then like your 3 best non-double energies, the capture, the therapeutic, and the powerful. I don't really know that you need anything more than that. So I think like there's a little bit of an unlucky whiff not finding an energy. 10 energy with an energy lotto. It's 11 outs. It's pretty good. So I'll tweak this a little bit. And then I think that, Adventure Bag's fine. I mean, yeah, I could play Adventure Bag for sure. Yeah, I think it's a fine card. Definitely, and it helps you find it does help you find like your guys here, helps you find your pivots. Yeah, I think Adventure Bag could be cool. Something to think about. I mean, because like, if you're putting Adventure Bag in the deck, it's probably, you know, like these are the cards. You don't have to play Turbo Patch. I think the Turbo Patch is just fun. Right. I think Energy Lotto is really good. You could cut Acrobike if you wanted to. It's just like another dig card. All those kind of dig cards, right? Trainer's Mail, Gear, those kind of cards. I felt like the supporters were just right. I know I don't have to play Winona, but I think that the Winona is just really good, being able to go get Bibarel. It's also a really good turn 1 supporter, which is something that I freaking love about Winona, is that in this particular deck, you know, like a turn 1 Winona can mean that you get, you know, like an attacker, and then you get Squovit and Rangaroo, and then you're just drawing cards, right? So Winona allows you to just like get your draw engine going. And sometimes you don't find the Battle VIP Pass. So you just need a card that will just go get your basics so that you can start just turning through the deck. And I definitely, every time I saw Winona when I was playing, I was like, this is awesome. I can either go get my attacker or I could go get Bibarel, right? It's perfect. So like, I do love the one of Winona. I don't think this deck needs to play like Bridget and Gloria or anything like that, but I think like Battle VIP Pass, Winona, Goose Hala with the Artisan, that's cool. So anyways, that's my colorless deck. 3-1 yesterday. Another 3-1 performance. At this point, I'm kind of interested how many times I've gone 3-1 at full grip, because it's been a freaking lot. Getting those badges is hard. You can't have any errors, you know? Everything needs to go perfect. So it's the Greedent Vision. No, the Greedent's so sick. Sometimes you got to do 200 damage for 1 energy. Is dope. Yeah. Being able to just crank out like a huge attack for 2 energy, I think is just insane. And something that the deck desperately wants as well. Like, you don't always just, you know, being able to take a little bit of pressure off yourself to have 3 energy on an attacker in a deck that doesn't play any like, you know, energy accelerators. You're just it's cool to be able to just like it's like a checkmate card at the end of the game, right? You just double turbo energy or whatever, and then fill your hand with Bibarel, and then just 200. Right, and you don't care about having no cards in hand, right? Because you've got both Bibarel and a Oranguru who can draw up. It's really just like, think of it like a one-of card that just hits 200. It's just like, it gives your deck the ability to do 200 damage for 1 energy, which is just not something that the deck has the ability to do otherwise. So I feel like it just giving you that, it gives your deck a whole other thing it can do that just it can't do otherwise. But yes, you don't get the game for the... You could easily get Squova for the rest of the game. You just rescue Stretcher that thing back, or revive, or whatever. And also, I would argue that it's more for the end of the game. You don't Squova it at the... You're not going to want to go Greedent at the beginning, because when you have to discard your hand, it might have good resources in it. But at the end of the game, you're like just doing it to win, right? You're like, okay, well, at the end of the game, I've got Snorlax and I've got Greedent on board. If they knock out my Snorlax, I go Greedent game. It's just like an easy instant win con at the end of the game. And it's only a one of inclusion because you're already playing Squovit. Thank you, Kringleberry, for the sub. Yeah, so that's the colorless deck. I know Kaisel was asking about the deck, so wanted to talk about that a little bit. And I think colorless deck that I'm learning. The badges, getting the badges is so hard because everybody has decks that they prefer to play, right? Everybody in Gym Leader Challenge, everybody's got decks that they prefer to play, that are their favorites, that they feel like they've been investing into. And now I'm at the point where I have won a badge with my 5 favorite decks. Like, pretty much. I guess, like, I like Metal a lot. I've won with Metal before, but it was before the badge system. So now I feel like I'm really kind of pushing myself to, like, invest into types that I might not always be playing. And I feel like that's a really cool thing about the badge system. It's like it's forcing me to step out of my comfort zone and try new strategies and continue to innovate and all that. So second half's gonna be tough. I know, but look at Alex's board, right? Here we can show you the let's see. Here are the card leaders right now. Alex just earned his 4th badge. Me and Ben are tied at 5 badges. How many fire badges have there been? 1. And it's Alex. Alex just got it. That's part of why I'm so mad, because I gave up the first fire badge last night. I was so mad about it. I'm very happy for Alex, but also I did not want to give up that fire badge. I know. Alex is a badge behind me and Ben, but also has... I know, but have you seen Alex try to play water or grass, bro? No. Alex is a god of the crazy decks, okay? You send Alex with like a typical good deck and he's like, I don't know what to do. He's like, how do I beat Psychic? Yeah, Alex definitely king of the crazy decks. Hence the fact he's got the metal and the fire badge. But I don't know. I don't know if Alex is gonna like easily get the, like, he doesn't like the other decks, right? He doesn't like the other decks. So I'm gonna We'll see. Because in the same way that we're pushing ourselves to play the decks we don't like, the decks that he doesn't have on the board, he also doesn't like. Yeah. So I think, you know, we look enviously at Alex's badge board and are like, dang, he's got metal and fire. But, you know, we also got some stuff that he's not, like, necessarily dialed in to win with next week either. But Alex is a huge threat, for sure. We have a pretty tight race going on right now between, and then, you know, Jack and JD both with 2 down here, John with 2, Hunter with 2 now. It's cool, and it's really fun because it keeps things fresh every week, right? Trying to win with all of the different decks. It really keeps things fresh. The meta shifts week to week and is a lot of fun. But definitely GG's to Alex. Alex is a really, really good local Gym Leader Challenge player. He's been killing it lately, and he's always got the spicy brews for sure. So you always got to look out for Alex's spicy brews. Craig says, just wait, I'll run the gauntlet to end the season. You'll all see. I'm sure, Craig. I believe in you, Craig. I believe. Stellar Wish asks, so how does the badge system work? I understand you win the tourney, you get a badge of your type, but is there some sort of prize or something for completing your card with every type? Yes, there is. You can find all of that on gymleaderchallenge.com. Basically, this is my first year doing the badge system. This is my first year doing the badge system ever. And so I created the badge system here at Full Grip, and I am putting up a prize. Yeah, the winner who gets the most amount of badges at the end of the season, out of my own pocket, I'm going to get them a booster box and a trophy. Okay, so like that's just, I'm just doing that, right? Because this is like, it's my thing. I made it up. So like, you know, in order for there to be prizes, I got to offer them. So I didn't know how much interest there would be, so that was what I offered this year. But maybe next year, you know, maybe next year we'll amp up the prize support a little bit. But for the first year, I was like, you know, we'll do a booster box and a trophy, a custom trophy. The trophy's gonna be sick. I promise you, the trophy is gonna be. I have a buddy who owns a machine shop. I'm gonna get him to like custom machine the trophy. It's gonna be nuts. Yeah. The booster box doesn't even matter, right? The booster box is just to have something, right? The best part is the clout. Yeah. The clout and having the badges on the board. Honestly, the biggest reward is just the badges, which is so, and that's what I wanted. I wanted that to be the case. Whereas like, I wanted that to be the case where like, it just felt rewarding to earn a badge. And I have to say, that's the best part right there. And like every week that you play, you earn store credit, right? So like, I think last night's winner got $25 store credit, you know, second and third place, or second place got 15, and then like, you know, third and fourth got 10, and then you win the prize packs and stuff like that. So like every event you like win stuff, right? Yeah, every week you win stuff. So like even if you're not going for like all 10 badges, you could still win a good amount of store credit week in, week out, and just have fun, right? And for a lot of people, you know, just earning a card, like, you know, just simply the act of earning a trainer card is still a big accomplishment, because that means that you won. So even just getting your name on the board is a big accomplishment, right? Because then you get to be like, ha, there's me, right? It's fun. And it stays up all week. It's in the middle of the play area, so people, people can see that all week as they come in and out of the store. Where do I get the energy stickers? Right, I got the whole guide on how I do it right here on gymleaderchallenge.com. If you want to replicate the league system at your own league, I got the entire guide right here. The stickers, they're from Etsy. I don't know. Some person makes these on Etsy. I can't guarantee that they'll always be here, but that's exactly how I do it. It's just an Etsy thing. But they work great. If you want to completely replicate what we do at Full Grip, you could do that. I've got the cards right here. I've got the camera that we use right here. We just use a Fujifilm Instax camera. That's it. Boom. Use one of these to take the picture. And then we use these stickers. Bang, bang, bang. But yes, I was hoping that the reward of just having your trainer card on the board was like enough of a reward to get people motivated. And I have to say, the trophy I think is really cool. The booster box just for fun. Like, honestly, the biggest reward is just earning the card. And then at the end of the season, you get to take your card home, right? And so, like, it's a memento of how you did throughout the season. To me, that's like the coolest part. You take home the card and you're like, yeah, this is what I did last year at League. See if I can do better this next year. And I gotta say, it takes dedication. Like, think about this, all right? How many weeks are there in a year? 52? Pretty sure it's 52. Heck yeah, 52. All right. 52 weeks in a year, bro. If there's 52 weeks in a year and you need to win 10 of those weeks in order to complete your card, minus Thanksgiving, so 51, we'll say 50 weeks, right? Say you attend 50 weeks. In order to get all 10 badges, you have to win 20%. You have to win a fifth of all of your leagues. And I can't tell you how many times I've gone 3-1. It's ridiculous, really. I've gone 3-1 a whole ton of times. But 3-1 doesn't usually get you a badge. You have to basically go undefeated 20% of the events with a different deck each time, right? You can't just keep jamming your broken deck that you're really good with, right? That's what I'm saying. This is going to be a very potent challenge, especially when you have as many players locally that are all actively going for it and trying to put their best foot forward every week that we've got going on at Full Grip right now. It's yeah, we got professor certified judges. Of course. Yes, we're an official league. Yeah. We report our league. Did you know, Colin Wallen, did you know that you can report your tournaments now as Gym Leader Challenge? You can report your leagues as Gym Leader Challenge on the official Pokemon backend. When you report your league, you can report as GLC. Yes. But yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to do. So big props to Alex with the freaking dub last night. He got there with fire, the first fire badge earned at Full Grip. It's been really cool to watch Alex cook over the last few months. So definitely excited for him there. All right, so that's the GLC roundup. Now we got some new cards to talk about. Y'all ready to talk about some new cards? Who's ready to talk about some new cards? Anybody ready to talk about some new cards? I'm ready to talk about new cards. Is it all best of one? All best of one. We do 40 minutes best of one. We would be there all night if we did best of 3 GLC. Best of 3 GLC going to take like an hour and a half. Okay? Ain't nobody got time for best of 3 GLC. GLC, best of one. The way Pokemon was intended to be. Thank you, Lapsy with Twitch for that sub. On the 14 months. If standard was best of one, would I deck build differently? Maybe. I don't know. What's the usual player count for our GLC nights? Anywhere between 15 and 20 players on Thursdays. It's usually what we get. I'd say like 15 is pretty average for us. 20 is a big night. 15, pretty average. We are like always on the cusp of 4 and 5 rounds. So we have, some nights we have 5 rounders. I think you have to have 16 to have a 5 rounder. And then most nights we're like right on that 15 mark. So it's like it's a good healthy. Is it 17 for a 5 rounder? It might be 17 for a 5 rounder. But we definitely hit 5 rounders pretty often. Best of 3 for the final. But that's the thing is like we just run one every Thursday. And the tournament starts at 7 p.m. so that people with jobs can attend, right? 17 for the 5th round, yeah. So we usually hit like 15 or 16 because we're always like right there on the cusp. And then, we do hit 17 pretty often because then we have the 5th round. Sometimes a 4-1 will win if there's a 5 rounder. Yes. Sometimes a 4-1 will win. Yep. There's really no point in doing a best of 3 finals or anything because it's just a weekly league tournament, right? It's like the tournament already takes, we're doing 40-minute Swiss rounds, right? The tournament starts at 7. People got jobs, families, mouths to feed, places to be. We already, we already play for like 4 to 5 hours. You know what I mean? Like that's a lot of time on a weeknight. So, well, the thing is, you guys got to keep in mind, league is not that serious, bro. This is league. This is league, okay? This is league. This is league. We don't need to. League doesn't need to be 10 hours, dude. Okay, people. That's not what league is. The league is short and sweet, baby. Okay, short and sweet. That's what league is. League is I pop in for a few hours and I'm out, right? Pop in for a few hours, win some games, earn some store credit, and I'm out. That is league. We're not talking about huge tournament where these are just casual tournaments. I'm talking about practice. I know. Listen. I know. I got some best of 3 League Cup people in the chat. I can smell it from here. Listen, I ain't got nothing going on in my life. I want to spend 12 hours in the card store. They should keep the card store open until 4 a.m. so that we can do a... No. All right. Absolutely not. But I will say, if Yes. At the end of the season, I've already decided we're going to have like probably a best of 3 conquest to decide the win. If there's a tie at the end, I'm going to film and produce a best of 3 conquest to see who the true champion is. Best of 3 conquest series, GLC conquest series. Yes. So you have to bring... Yeah. You have to bring 3 different decks. And once you win with a deck, you can't play it again. So that's the tiebreaker. I've already kind of cooked that up in my mind, and I'll produce it. And then, yes, so like I said, and I've said this before, is that if you are hungry for more competitive standard and Gym Leader Challenge tournament content from Full Grip Games and Tricky Gym, well, just hold your horses there, because that is on the way. Full Grip Games is getting a $500,000 renovation done, and we are creating a brand new tournament hall that will be able to host multiple 100-player tournaments right here at Full Grip Games. This tournament hall will be complete with a stage and a full-on camera setup that will allow me to stream and produce these tournaments. These tournaments will be tournaments that offer thousands of dollars in prize money, okay? And for these tournaments, top 8 will, of course, be best of 3. And for these tournaments, they will be on a weekend. And for these tournaments, they will take all day. So if that's the content you're hungry for, that content is on the way. But no, that's not what our leagues are. League is for a nice little 4-hour experience where you go hang out with your friends for a few hours, play some guards, get some drinks at the Green Dragon Inn, and then go home because you got work the next day. That's what League is. But League's a lot of fun. That's, League is... Gym Leader Challenge League has really ignited my passion, reignited my passion for playing the Pokemon TCG on a casual level. I mean, it has. I can't tell you, like, I did not attend a single league for probably the first decade that I played the Pokemon TCG. I never went to league because, like, what's the point? But now 10 years in, now I'm finally going to league because I'm having a lot of fun. So it's really reignited some of my passion for the Pokemon TCG. I've loved it. But yes, the big, like, you know, the Full Grip Games 5Ks. We're going to be hosting probably doubleheader events. The plan is to do our own circuit series eventually, where we have these huge tournaments that offer thousands of dollars in prize money. There's going to be a standard one and a Gym Leader Challenge one. So, like, these huge prize money Gym Leader Challenge tournaments are coming. They are going to be coming back. And we had these originally, you know, me and Trainer Chip were commentating them, but we were hosting those in our warehouse. There wasn't really enough space here to like host those events. Those events were kind of like a prototype for what we're going to eventually start doing here again. Well, 13 Snowy, I already said that. We have a $500,000 renovation happening in the Full Grip ground floor where we're going to create a new tournament hall. Yes. We're creating a brand new tournament hall just for all of this. We just got the financing approved for a $500,000 renovation loan. So very excited about it. Who's getting married at the Full Grip tournament hall? Yeah, that's a good question right there. Yo, you think we should do weddings? All right. Come on, guys. We got work to do. Y'all are distracting, all right? Come on, come on. I know it's Friday. But there's stuff to do, chats. I know chat's doing a great job so that we don't have to boot up TCG Live. I know. It'd be great. Look at that Beldum. Beldum's kind of a cool guy, huh? All right. 50 new cards have been revealed from Wild Force and Cyber Judge, including Terra Pokemon Ace Specs and Illustration Rares. When I booted up the website this morning, thank you Stevie B for that sub and the 2 years. When I booted up the website this morning, my eyes went straight to Metang. Look at him there with his spiky hands. And I was like, dang, this Metang's got an ability. No way this ability is any good. And then I read it. No, you're not. I'm not turning this into a YouTube video. I'm just showing that I'm focused now. Then I read the ability, and I was like, dang, it is good! Once during your turn, you may look at the top 4 cards of your deck, choose any number of basic metal energy you find there, and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. Shuffle the other cards and put them on the bottom of your deck. Now, that might seem underwhelming at first. You're like, you only get to look at the top 4 cards, but you get to do it every single turn. And for me, I think Shoepound had a really good question this morning in the Discord in GLC discussion, and Shoepound was asking if why do I not like to put stage 2 Pokemon in my metal deck, and I think that let's see, I said, some decks feel like they just work with stage 2 Pokemon better than others. Water decks have Inteleon and Irida. Grass decks have Grotle and Roserade. Psychic has the ability to sit behind Wobbuffet and draw a million cards while it sets up. Dragon has Dragon Call to help set up Dragon Pokemon. But decks that don't have that stuff going on, I don't really like playing stage 2 Pokemon in. For instance, I won't put a stage 2 Pokemon in Dark or Lightning, because if you've tried that, then you know that it's not very reliable. It's pretty inconsistent. And those decks work much better with just stage 1 Pokemon while staying low to the ground. And I kind of consider Metal to be in that category of Gym Leader Challenge deck, where I'd rather not set up a stage 2 if I don't have to. I'd rather stay low to the ground and swing with big basics. So, thank you, Puntisos Pessi, for that sub in the 8 months. I appreciate you, Punties. Thank you. So I think Metal is going to be a deck where I really just want to play stage 1 Pokemon, like Bronzong, like Revavroom, and now Metang, right? And with Metang and Bronzong, I feel like you've really got this like 1-2 punch now to kind of accelerate energy into play. And since Revavroom kind of already requires that you play a pretty energy-hungry list, I think that jives really well with the Metal Maker ability. And you can do things like stack your deck you could even stack your deck if you wanted to, right? And then kind of guarantee the energy acceleration. Like you could play Mallow, right? And then boom, get those 2 energy off the rip with Metal Maker and accelerate those into play. Mallow is not like a terrible card in that deck anyway, since you could also play Mallow and then draw into those cards with Revavroom, right? So like, and then there's like the new Code Hacker, right? There's the new Future Supporter, which is going to essentially do the same thing, right? Yeah, the Cryptomaniac card, right. So you could do that. you could definitely do that. And there's some good Beldums too. If you go to pkmncards.com, type in Beldum. Yeah, there's some really nice Beldums. You got a Call for Family Beldum. That's nice. Love that. 70 hit points. You've got Magnetic Lift Beldum, which allows you to stack your deck. Yeah. You've got a Shiny Beldum, who is shiny. You could also, right, yeah, people are talking about the different Metagross, right? Everybody wants to emergency entry, all right? In order to emergency entry, you got to draw the card off the top of your deck. Your bench has to be open, and then you put it onto your bench and draw 3 cards. It's broken if you pull it off, but there's so many different ways to mess it up. All right? Your opponent could Marnie. Your opponent could Iono. Your opponent could N. Your opponent could Judge. Your opponent could do any of that stuff. Your opponent could parallel you, and then you emergency entry, and you don't have a freaking bench spot. Ah! Yes. So I don't like the idea of trying the emergency entry. I feel like there's just so many different ways to mess that up. But if you do manage to get this sucker into play, it's pretty good. 100 damage. Next turn, he does 100 more damage. I personally think this Metagross is the best one. This is the best Metagross. Not capping. Like, these new ones, he's insane. Listen, these new Pokemon are just huge, man. 180 hit points, bro. 180 HP. It's got Meteor Mash, 60 damage, and the next turn does 60 more. Who cares about that? 200 damage, okay? Discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. That's a metal and 3 colorless energy. Yeah, this is the one I'm playing, bro. 100%. This one does 200. 200's crazy. Only Wonder Boy says the future of GLC is new Pokemon and old trainers. It's not necessarily true. You've got some Pokemon that are like going to transcend time. Like, for instance, Flaffy and Electric. Electric is over a decade old now and is still just good, right? You've got cards like Octillery. Octillery, that card's going to be good forever. Level Ballable, fill your hand to 5. Yep, that's an XY card. You've got like Stellar Wish Jirachi. That card's going to be good forever. Sun and Moon card. Yeah, that card's just broken. Yep. So yeah, you've got some old Pokemon that will certainly stand the test of time. But yes, more Garbotoxin, right? Trevenant, yeah. Some cards are just good cards. But it's true that a lot of the newer Pokemon, well, I feel like it's specifically with Stage 2 Pokemon, and I've talked about this pretty, Let Loose Marshadow. Inteleon, right, Inteleon's printed in the Sword and Shield block. That card's never going to be bad. Yep. I've talked about this pretty, the attacker power creep for sure, though. Yeah. But I've talked about this pretty substantially. It feels like in the recent like Sword and Shield and Sun and Moon blocks, they've really kind of corrected the hit point totals of Stage 2 Pokemon. Like, Stage 2 Pokemon should have 180 hit points. They should have always had 180 hit points, honestly. Like, Pokemon like Metagross should have always had 170 or 180 hit points. And I feel like they were kind of like messing that up for a little while, like giving them 150, like for no reason. Like, just give them 180. They should have always had 180. Yeah, Stage 2 Pokemon should have never had 140, right? So, like, now it doesn't feel like they're power creeping Stage 2s. It feels like they're kind of power correcting Stage 2s. Because Stage 2s they require so much setup to get into play. $160, I'd say, is the average for Stage 2. Yeah. But like a beefy one like Metagross should have 180. Like my Colossal should have 180. My Garganacl should have 180. Like, Gardevoir can have 140. That's fine. You know, that's Gardevoir. But like Garganacl, your Colossals, your big guys. Yeah. So. Yes, very excited about what these new metal cards are going to bring to the Metal Gym Leader Challenge archetype. Really loving my metal list lately, and I feel like these guys are going to really bring a new dimension to it. New Raichu, very cute. Shout out to Kochi 8i. Some great artwork there. It's got the Winding Bolt attack for a lightning and a colorless. Does 50 damage to each Pokemon with damage counters on it other than this Pokemon, including your own. So, it's interesting. Spread attacker. Manaphy still very much exists in standard format, so yeah, it's probably not doing too much in standard, to be honest. This kind of attack's not quite good enough to see any play in standard. But in Gym Leader Challenge, you betcha. Oh, yeah. You know, lightning spread guys are going to be like, whoo, woo. Yeah. Where's Alex at? I was going to say, Alex Carpenter from GLC League. Oh, yeah. You go flying flip. And if you can see my excitement about like cards like this when it comes to Gym Leader Challenge, this is what makes Gym Leader Challenge so fun. Because if we're talking about standard, it's just like, trash. What's this do? All right, maybe. Trash. Oh, yeah, trash. Definitely trash. You know? So, like, it just gives us so much more to talk about. There's so much more going on. And it's part of what makes me so excited about it. So, this is really cool. You could play it with Flying Flip Tapu Koko, right? And then Alex Carpenter's kind of claim to fame here at Full Grip was that his first badge win. What did I do? His first badge win was with a Lightning deck featuring this Electivire from Brilliant Stars. So with cards like Tapu Koko and Electivire, you can spread damage onto your opponent's Pokemon. And now you've got Raichu too? Man, that is so cool, right? Yeah, and you've got Reggie. I mean, Lightning's got a lot of different guys that can spread damage. You've got Terra Spark, 120, 40, 40, 50 to everything, 20 to everything. Yeah. This Raichu is a huge buff for Lightning spread decks. A 2 energy, 50 to everything with a damage counter on it. I don't think you replace Electivire. I think you play Raichu in addition to Electivire. Because the thing about Raichu is that the Pokemon already has to have damage counters on it. So you do have to, right, you have to, it does hit your bench as well. But that only matters if you are playing against another spread deck. But if you're worried about Raichu damaging your own guys, you could just play Rough Seas. Huh? Yeah. If you're worried about that, just play your own Rough Seas. Ha! Got him, bro. Got him. There you go. Rough Seas, dude. Rough Seas. You heal your guys. Now we're cooking, right? Doesn't matter. Your opponent pinged your guys. You can heal them off. That way Raichu doesn't damage yourself. It's kind of neat, right? So yeah, that's really fun. I think this Raichu is very, very good. And then 120, that's like a nice vanilla attack just if you need it. And the Raichu's freaking cute. Dang. All right. Yeah. Dang. Lightning stay winning. I love Lightning. And then you got Pikachus. What's the best Pikachu? Now I get to think about the best Pikachu. Probably just want one with like a good amount of HP. Probably Nuzzle, right? If your Dedenne used Dede Short last turn, 180 more. This Pikachu can do 200 damage? You gotta play max rarity. You gotta Mango Peak. Oh, that Pikachu can't even evolve into Raichu. Wait, what is Dede Short? Is the Dedenne with Dede Short metal type? Damn, freaking psychic type. Dang it. All right. All right. Say that one's kind of nasty if it 200 damage. This one has free retreat. This one, that's a good one. I like that art rare a lot. That one's cool. This one's got a hat. Mealtime. Kind of broken. The Nuzzler is like, I mean, the Nuzzler just provides, though. I mean, this artwork kind of goes. You paralyze. I mean, paralyzation wins games, okay? Paralyzation wins games, baby. And it's got 70 hit points and a single retreat. That's probably the one. Oh, he's so cute. This Pikachu, bro. Got that one too. Yeah. Probably just some. Y'all remember Pikachu Libre? So yeah. Raichu. That one's sick. Yeah. I didn't even really think about when I first read this card, I was like, eh. But now that I'm like thinking about the Lightning Spread GLC deck, like 50 damage to everything is no joke. Especially when you have Flying Flip, which is such an easily accessible attack. And Tapu Koko is such a good Pokemon already with free retreat, 110 hit points, like just great stats on this card. And since you're a Dynamotor deck and you're using Electric and Flaffy to like juice energy into play, having a free retreater is already like exactly what you want. So like, I mean, Tapu Koko, my freaking GOAT. Is consistency an issue in this format? Absolutely not. No, the decks all work like a lot better than you think they do. It's serious. Like the decks are fire. When they set up and they're broken. Like, and the games are really good and interesting. Oh yeah, it's so much fun. If consistency was an issue in Gym Leader Challenge, then you wouldn't have like players consistently doing well. No. Yeah, players consistently do well in GLC because there's a lot of ability to like navigate, you know, make good decisions, things like that. I think one of the most fun things about Gym Leader Challenge is like you get these like different hands and you're like, dang, there's just a lot going on here, right? And it can actually be intimidating to the point where like if you're a brand new player getting into the game, like I'm going to direct you to Standard because honestly Standard is easier to get a... What's up, James? with the raid. Thank you so much. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Nice to see you back, James. Welcome, welcome. We're talking about the new cards, baby. Talking about the brand new cards. Let's go. Shout out to James Cox, James C TCG. If you haven't already, definitely make sure to check out his channel. Give him a follow. Create some great Pokemon TCG content over there. We're just getting to the first standard card we're talking about. We kind of spent some time talking about Gym Leader Challenge, Metang, Metagross. Those guys are both really cool. The Raichu is actually really good in Lightning Spread Gym Leader Challenge decks. But let's see what the Lightning Wug Trio's got going on. All right, 250 hit point, Stage 1 Pokemon EX Lightning type. It's got the the Terra trait, can't be damaged on the bench. Cool. And Troika Pump. Discard up to 3 energy cards from your hand. Choose one of your opponent's Pokemon. This attack does 60 damage to that Pokemon for each energy card you discarded in this way. Okay. So you can snipe 180, but you have to have 4 energy, essentially. 1 for the Wug Trio and 3 for the discard. You can get all of those with superior energy retrieval. I mean, so that's pretty negotiable, right? I mean, you got like a Bibarel, you got your Wug, you're doing 180 snipe. I mean, the problem is just Terra Pokemon can't be damaged on the bench anyway. Right? Do you have to discard water energy? No. All right. Okay. It's in the Goldengo deck. That's what I'm saying. Wug Trio goes in the Goldengo deck. Okay. All right. Because it doesn't have to be water energy that you discard. And Wugdengo. Wugdengo. I see what they're doing here. Right. These two cards vibe together. They vibe together, right? Because you've got like the Palkia Goldengo decks are already playing water energy. You could very easily slide one of these in and then you're doing 180 with 1 superior energy retrieval. So like, sure. I mean, will it be the best thing ever? I don't know, but that is what happens. That's just that's what the card is for. Okay? It's what the card is for. Whether or not that ends up being good, I mean, probably not. But, like, maybe. And that is... Right, it could be terrible. But that's what the card is for. This card is not really meant to be its own deck. It's meant to be played, alongside a card like Goldengo, right? Because Goldengo can do infinite damage to the active. Wug Trio cannot, by design. Imagine how broken this would be if they didn't cap the energy. I mean, like, imagine how insane this would be if it wasn't capped at 3, right? That'd be so nuts. But they did cap it at 3. So, and the Wiggler does not have a broken draw ability like the Goldengo does. It does knock out all the support Pokemon that we have, right? Your Luminions, your Squawkabillies, things like that. It doesn't say... Yes, it does. What do you think this in parentheses says here? Both yours and your opponent? Yeah. This in parentheses says, don't apply weakness and resistance for bench Pokemon. I don't read Japanese, but that's exactly what it says. Promise. Ain't no way. Because it would have the subtext, apply weakness and resistance for bench Pokemon if it did. So yeah, he's cool. 120 damage for Tingly Bolt. But I mean, honestly, I guess okay, so Goldengo is losing Cross Switcher, which is interesting. Right? Okay, so like Cross Switcher did make it very easy for Golden Go to target down what was on the bench. You know, now we've got Wug Trio, which can target down what's on the bench. So it's gaining Prime Catcher. It's true. All right, so Wug Trio, probably like a Golden Go counterpart. New Ghastly, discard an energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. New Haunter, Poison Breath, and 30 damage. Or Gengar EX, 310 HP. I don't know how to tell all of you Gengar fans out there, this card's not very good. Thank you, Jammer, for the Prime sub and the 8 months. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. It's a beautiful card. He looks cool. It's not good. Doesn't look good. All right. I read it once this morning when I was half asleep, and I remember just reading it and being like, bulk. All right. So let's see. Corroding Curse. Whenever your opponent attaches an energy from their hand to one of their Pokemon, put 2 damage counters on that Pokemon. That ability has never been good. Okay. That ability has just never been good. In fact, what if you got 3 up at once? No. Come on. Okay. Yes. Ampharos Prime. And this card was not good. I'm just trying to save you guys a lot of emotional heartache, okay? These abilities are not good. They're not good. They haven't ever been good. They're not going to be good. Does it stack? It does stack, but I promise it's not going to be good. Yes, it stacks, but it's still bad. All right. Here. I will not let you live your Gengar delusion. No, I will not. This card is bad. I don't even need to read Trick Step. 2 Darkness Energy, 160 damage. You may move 1 energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. This is terrible! It's horrible! It's horrible! It's so bad! Bulk. You are bulk. All right. Attack counter Zard. No. Bulk. Bulk. You. Pretty bulk card. Bulk. Will the Gengar have a secret art rare that's worth $100? Yes. Yes, it will. No. Even if you think about, like, dude, a deck like Charizard EX, bro, you don't even take any residual damage because he attaches from the deck. Gengar doesn't even trigger, dude. It has to come from the hand. Charizard accelerates from the deck. I'm not going to entertain your Gengar fever dreams, okay? If you want a silly Gengar deck, there are other channels that will give you that, all right? Not here. Not here. Keep that trash out of my sight. All right, we got Shiftry. Shiftry, okay. Shiftry. Expelling Tornado. It's an interesting attack. For grass energy, choose 3 of your opponent's bench Pokemon, and then you shuffle all of your opponent's other bench Pokemon and all cards attached to it into their deck. So you can get rid of 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon. Yeah, no. All right, 140 damage. Return 1 energy from this Pokemon to your hand for 2 colorless energy. I'm not seeing it. It would have to be like... This card would have to be played in some sort of like... Choose 3 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Shuffle all other of your opponent's other bench Pokemon back into the deck. So you're only getting rid of 2 Pokemon if your opponent has a full bench. This would have to be played in some sort of control deck. Absolutely. I'm not really seeing it. Yeah. I don't really think... I don't think that this card has any potential. They always try to make Shiftry do this kind of stuff. Yeah, at least you get to pick. That is like the one upside to the card is you get to pick which cards go away. But also your opponent has to like let you do it, right? Your opponent has to play into it. Like your opponent sees a C dot and you're like, don't mind me. Just go ahead and please fill your bench, please. Please fill your bench with 3 support Pokemon and 2 big attackers. And then you evolve into this guy and you're like, don't worry about me. I'm minding my own business. Please continue filling your bench with exactly 3 support Pokemon and 2 good attackers. But then you finally evolve into Shiftry and you're like, haha. GLC, your opponent playing water. You force them to shuffle both Frostmoth and Baxcalibur back into their deck. And then Wailord hits you for 200 damage. Right? Because by that time, they probably have an attacker going. Who cares? Who cares? And you're not actually taking a knockout. You're not doing anything. And if your opponent's playing some heads-up baseball, they can just play around this. So yeah, I'm not a believer in this kind of thing. I think in order for this kind of thing to have any relevance, it's got to be an ability, not an attack. The best guy ever at doing this, and if you guys want to know some Pokemon history, all right, because that's why you're here. You like history. This is the gold standard, chat. This right here, okay? Everything that's not this is bad. Dark Palm. It's a Pokepower. Once during your turn, if your opponent has 4 or more bench Pokemon, you could choose one and shuffle that into their deck. If it ain't this, I don't want to hear about it. Because this is good. This is so good. This was in, like, world-class decks. Because you set it up, and then you have control over your opponent's board. Very good. You limit them to 4. If they get a 5th Pokemon in play, or if you force a 5th Pokemon in play, you can bump out whichever one you want. Did you guys know that Dusknoir is the gripper Pokemon? Oh, they can only safely have 3. If your opponent has 4 or more bench Pokemon. Holy smokes, right. 4 or more. So they can only safely have 3 Pokemon. Yeah, this card is so broken, dude. Yeah, Dusknoir, the gripper, bro. The gripper ripper. What is he gripping? He's full gripping for sure. Oh, yeah. So anyways, whenever I read an attack like this, I'm like, dang, creatures don't have it anymore, bro. They got no swag, man. They used to print crazy stuff. Creatures is gone soft. Yeah, and now read an attack like this, read an ability like this, 4 or more bench Pokemon. Your opponent's limited to 3. If they get out more than 3, you get to kick it away. Whichever one you want, you get to choose on an ability. And then you've got stuff like this. Like, bro, get it out of here. They printed tag teams. I know, but tag teams were just bloated and gross, okay? Print cool stuff like this. Don't tell me VMAXs are cool. All right. VMAXs are just bloated and gross. All right. Feraligatr lovers. Shout out to all my Feraligatr fans out there. This right here is the best single prize Feraligatr for Gym Leader Challenge. If you want to build a deck that features Feraligatr in Gym Leader Challenge previously, you were in a pretty bad spot, okay? There's just not a lot of good ones to choose from. All right, Rowdy, man, terrible. Downpour, I know you're referencing a classic there. Atrocious, all right? Look at this guy, Hydro Splash, no. Crunch, no. Just terrible. Terrible all around. They're just atrocious. The best Feraligatr ever printed up until this point. You either had the Rain Dance one, or actually you're talking all the way back here. The original Downpour one is the best one ever, the most impactful one during its time. And then all these other ones are just embarrassing. So this one is a huge step up in the realm of Gym Leader Challenge. You've got a 2 energy attack for 160. That's just great damage output. 2 for 160. Every deck can work with that, right? And then during your next turn, you can't use Great Wave. This Pokemon can't use Great Wave. Yes. So you can do 160. You have to switch. You can do 160 again. And then once during your turn, with the Torrent Heart ability, you can put 5 damage counters on this Pokemon, and the Pokemon's attacks do 120 more damage. So you can crank out 280 damage for 2 energy. Crazy. 280 damage, right? This thing's nuts. So yeah, that's wild. And there are a lot of really good 2 energy water attackers, right? Like there's this kind of whole other kind of water deck that you can play. John at our Gym Leader Challenge League won the other week with a low energy water build. You can play Palafin, right? Palafin, Justice Kick, 210 for 2 energy. You can play Inteleon, obviously, right? You've got Inteleon with the Aqua Bullet, Shady Dealings, boom, 2 energy, 120. His deck also played Greninja, the Detective Pikachu one, yep. So you could do Furious Shurikens, 2 energy, 50 damage to 2 opponent's Pokemon, have to flip in order to take damage, which is pretty cool. It also played Seismitoad. Just another really beefy dude with a nice 2 energy attack. Echoed Voice 120 during your next turn does 100 more damage, so also 220 damage there. And the Quaking Zone ability, which makes it so that so long as it's in the active spot, your opponent's attacks cost one colorless more, which is actually just like really annoying for a lot of Gym Leader Challenge decks. As you're kind of like up against this Toad, they put like he puts like a pot helmet on it, right? And then you're like, all right, I got a pot helmeted Toad, and I have to have an extra energy, and I'm probably 2-hit KOing it. And God forbid I don't switch this thing out of the active position every turn, because then it's doing 220 damage. It's just, it is a nightmare. Yes. Yeah, this card is an absolute nightmare to deal with. When I played against John in the finals a couple weeks ago, or I guess maybe around before the finals a couple weeks ago, in Gym Leader Challenge League, he got the Seismitoad up turn 2 going first, and I was just like, my head was spinning. Turn 2, Seismitoad, pot helmet, Echoed Voice for 120, and I'm just like, I think I can't beat this. Like this thing's nuts. So, in order to power up water Pokemon in that type of Gym Leader Challenge deck, you've got Raihan, right? Which is good. Gets you an extra energy into play. You've got Aqua Patch, which is also really good, right? So that's kind of the vibe. You're not really using, in this kind of water deck, you're not really using Frostmoth or Baxcalibur to accelerate energy into play. You're kind of just going with the big guys who are tough to knock out, and you are accelerating energy into play with like Aqua Patch and Raihan. And he also played Articuno, so that you can use its Blizzard availability, which means that none of your water Pokemon on the bench can be gusted up with a supporter, which is so good, right? So he played this so that he could kind of build up energy on his bench. And then Cold Cyclone too. If you are, you go turn 1, attach Articuno, turn 2, Cold Cyclone, move the energy back. So like you can use Articuno to kind of sit behind and build up energy on your bench as well. It's like another really good thing. It's true. It would be a 3 stage 2 deck if you play Inteleon, Feraligatr, and Toad. However, I don't really count Inteleon as a stage 2 Pokemon, because Inteleon is more like a consistency engine, right? Like, yeah, it's a stage 2, but you're using it to like, it's not like, oh, I have to set up my Inteleon in order to like make the game work. It's like, I get to set up my Inteleon. Yeah, I think the Greninja in John's deck, I think the Greninja gets cut for the Feraligatr. That's what I see, personally. In John's style of build, I would cut the Greninja for the Feraligatr just so you can blammo. But yeah, this thing's cool. It's definitely 280 damage. That's crazy. That's a lot of damage. Now, in standard format, I mean, 280 damage does knock out like Pokemon V-Star, but you kind of have this just problem of needing to have 2 energy on a stage 2 single prize attacker. It's just not a very feasible strategy. You're not going to be able to really stream your energy and your attackers when you're up against like Charizards and stuff. You're just not going to be able to. So I really, I don't want to burst your bubble, but it's not going to be a realistic standard strategy, I don't think. Whimsicott. It's got the Lifting Heal ability. Once during your turn, when you play this Pokemon to evolve one of your Pokemon, you may use this ability, heal all damage from your active grass Pokemon. If you do, discard all energy from that Pokemon. This is just a Max Potion. I would much rather just play Max Potion. Now, in Standard, in Gym Leader Challenge, rather play Max Potion. Better card, right? It's like, yep, you get to do exactly what Whimsicott is doing, but you get to do it for a single item card. Yeah, we just Max Potion there. Really no point. But in Standard, I feel like I'd still rather just play Turo. So like either way, and Arboliva is just better. In Standard, I'd rather play Turo. Like, if I'm going to try and heal a big guy, just Turo, man. I mean, I guess maybe there's a situation where there's like a gigantic grass guy that I need to heal and I don't care if it has energy attached to it. Like, if that situation arises, then I guess Whimsicott fulfills that role. But otherwise, I'm not really seeing it. Relicanth. This is the Deep in Memories ability. Maybe it draws cards. No, it doesn't. Okay, each of your evolved Pokemon can use any attacks from its previous evolutions. All right, chat. Go ahead. Are there any cool combos with this thing? I don't know of any. Off rip. This kind of thing has situationally been Litten from Silver Tempest on the new Incineroar. Okay. Giratina V-Star Shred. That's true. Sure. Oh, the Phanpy and Donphan in GLC. That's true. Regigigas V-Star? Not the angry whack, bro. Thank God my Regigigas V-Star can angry whack now. Okay. You said, what, Drifblim? Okay, so you could evolve into Drifblim. 110 hit points. And then you could, who is little Drifloon? Drifloon? Yeah. And you could Drifloon. Right, Balloon Blast. So basically, Balloon Blast, you could do 300 damage. Right? Thank you, Concerned, for that sub in the 3 months. Appreciate you, Concerned. Thank you. So that's interesting because, well, plus, I think the idea is that, I mean, you could just put Cape on the Drifblim, right? Like, you could just put Charm of Courage on this, give it 50 more hit points, right? I think you're probably just better off doing that. But the difference is that you can't be field blowered if you do that, right? Or not field blowered. Sorry, GLC brain. Vacuumed. Yeah. So, like, right, you can't be vacuumed, which is nice if you do the Relicanth, but it's a lot of setup. It's too much setup. It's too much setup. Yeah, I don't really. He might be cool with some other stuff. Let's see what this thing does. What do you do? You guys were saying Litten? There's a Litten out here? Thank you, Just Drew, for the sub in the 17 months. Oh, holy smokes. All right. I haven't read Incineroar yet. I'm not going to lie. I looked at Incineroar and I assumed it was a terrible card. Okay? I still have not read the Incineroar. I have not read the Incineroar yet. But I have not read it, and I'm not going to read it until this prediction is over. Will I say this has potential or is trash? Potential? Trash. All right, I'll give you guys 60 seconds. I haven't looked. While you guys are voting, I need to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Hang tight. What did we land on? Sorry, I didn't leave the translation away. I didn't leave the translation easy to see there. Apologize for that. Okay. What did we land on? Let's see. All right, most of you said that the card has potential. Some of you said, and I guess you were voting on what I will say. Okay, most of you said that I will say it has potential. Yes. Okay. Most of you were betting them. Now let's read it. All right, time for the moment of truth. Incineroar EX, 320 hit points. It's got the Adversity Act ability. Attacks used by this Pokemon cost 1 colorless less for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Okay. Okay. That's real good because I was looking at this attack cost and being like, dang, this thing definitely stinks. Okay. People like to put Pokemon in play. Yeah. You know what? People do be filling that bench. People be filling that bench. It's not worse, Radiant Zard. Radiant Zard can only attack for 1 energy at the end of the game. This thing could attack, for 240 turn 2. And then Blazing Bomb does 240 damage. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now burn S. 260! 260. All right. And then we got little Liddy. Reprisal. Path to the Peak is rotating. Yeah, what are you talking about ability lock? There's no ability lock. What you talking about? The problem is the Torcast can survive 1. The problem is, what if your opponent plays around it? Yeah, you got the Liddy and then you got the Torcast. I know because there was this. If you guys are experiencing ads right now, I'm very thankful that you're helping to support the content by viewing that ad. But if you'd no longer like to receive ads, you can always subscribe to the channel. I do really appreciate all the supports. How do you spell Torcat? Torracat. My big gritty claws. Okay. Yeah, so you've got, yes. During your opponent's next turn, if this Pokemon has full HP and would be knocked out. Yeah, no. I'm not super into that. I think, for the most part with this card, we're talking about just the attack and the ability. I mean, the other stuff, sure, you can play around with that a little bit. So say your opponent has got 3 Pokemon in play. That's a 2 energy, 240 damage. You could use Magma Basin, right, to get extra energy onto this thing. It is a stage 2 attacker. Thank you, Slow King, with a hat. With a top hat. Thank you, Slow King, with the top hat, for that sub. Appreciate you. Mist energy? What does mist energy do? I forgot. Prevent all effects of attacks. How does that matter? Blocks Tina and Moon. That's true. That's pretty cool. I'll give it potential. Sure. I'll give it potential. Potential. Do I think it's going to be great? The thing is, the card... All right. The card might be trash. But even cards with potential can end up being trash. You know, just like whoever the quarterback is for the Panthers. You know what I'm saying? He had potential, but you know, you can't say that he didn't have potential. He had potential. But this year he was trash. It's sad. It really is sad story, really. I mean, he just kind of tossed to the wolves out there. Yeah, Bryce Young, yeah. Poor Bryce Young. Yeah. No, and it's not, and you could say the same thing for Incineroar. Well, it's not Incineroar's fault. This format's too fast. This format's too, you know, the format's a mess, okay? In a different format, this card would be broken. You see where excuses, right? A card with potential. That's why I said, and that's why I am saying that it's got potential. Potential. Sure, it's got potential. Might still end up being trash, but I'll give it potential. It is hard not to bench Pokemon. What TMs are we using with this? Really? Blindside? Please. Crisis Shot? Doesn't your opponent have to have a single prize remaining for Crisis Shot? One prize? $100 damage Energy Snipe? That Pokemon already has to have a damage counter on it. Yeah, Blindside so you could finish off the KO you missed. Exactly, but you missed a KO, right? So it's... You guys are going to make me... The more you make me look at and talk about this card, I'm going to start to just say that it's trash. So get me out of here, okay? I need to move on or else I'm going to regret my decision. All right, the more I think about it, this card's not good, guys. It's not good, bro. I should have said trash. This card will not do well at a single tournament. Charizard is just better. Charizard's better. Thank you, Yoni, for the Prime sub and the 5 months. Charizard's better. Charizard is better. We did say potential, which is why I let you guys have it. This card's got potential like Bryce Young has potential, all right? What I'm saying, this card's no CJ Stroud, all right? It's just not. It's not. Say no CJ Stroud, bro. You could look at that card and you say, that is not CJ Stroud, bro. No way. Absolutely not. Is he making the playoffs his rookie year? No, he's not. Okay. No, he's not. Will this card ever top 8 a regional? No, it won't. No. No, it will not. No. Will I be able to make a silly deck with this card and make a, will I be able to milk a little bit of content out of this card for a YouTube video? Yes, I will. Yes, for sure. Farigiraf has the Armor Tail ability. 260 HP. Prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's basic Pokemon EX. All right, Miraidon. Can't touch this. Or Roaring Moon has to gouging it, but it has to gouging it anyway. It's all damage done, so it doesn't actually prevent Roaring Moon. And it's got the Sneaky Beam attack for Psychic and 2 colorless. 160 damage, 30 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. I'll never discount a card like this. I'm never gonna be a pure hater on a card like this because it's all about the meta, right? Oh, with Mist Energy, right? All right, there you go. Okay, so you got the Mist Energy on the Farigiraf, and then, I mean, like, a card like this could always have potential. You don't know when it's gonna pop up, but like, think about this card like the Alolan Vulpix of this format, right? Yeah. Think of this card like Alolan Vulpix V-Star. Okay. Was this card great? No. Was it used in a very specific metagame for a very specific reason to win an international championship? Yes. Yes, it was. And that's exactly how we should look at a card like Farigiraf, okay? It's exactly how we should look at this card. It could have its moment. 100%. Just like Alolan Vulpix V-Star did. This card, by nature, will not be meta-defining. It can't be. Because if it ever was meta-defining, decks would simply counter it. They would just counter it. Ben says there absolutely has to be either an ability blocking card or a special energy removing card coming based on what's been revealed, don't you think? I think so. I think there needs to be a little bit more hate in this set. I agree. Things are too fuzzy-wuzzy right now. We need a little hate in this set, okay? Whether it's ability hate, special energy hate. Yeah, I need a counterspell stat. A little less fun. Everybody out here is doing way too much of what they want to do, and I need to rain on somebody's parade. Personally, no, Path doesn't need a reprint. No, we don't. New idea. New. Okay? Why would I want a card that has been around for 2 years to get a... No. We need new stuff. We need new stuff. Like a new Garbodor. That's what we need. Yeah. We need new stuff. And by new stuff, I mean just new old stuff. is what we actually... Yeah, we just need the new old stuff. Like the real old stuff, but new again. That's what we need. Yeah. Garbodor. And while we're at it, Enhanced Hammer. Yeah, baby. Give us Enhanced Hammer. We can handle it. We'll all be fine. This card, I feel this card should never leave the format, in my opinion. Enhanced Hammer should never leave the format. I'll say it again. Enhanced Hammer should never leave the format. Never. This card should be a forever staple that never leaves. And for a little while, it felt like it was. It got printed in the black and white era. It got printed in the X and Y era. It got printed in the Sun and Moon era. And then Pokemon went freaking soft, bro. Now we get wussy stuff. Like Fan of Waves. I spit that wussy stuff out of my mouth. Fan of Waves. Be real. Got a new single prize, Roaring Moon. This card doesn't seem very good. I'm excited for all these guys as they're all, you know, potentially new attackers for Gym Leader Challenge or Standard, but we know that they don't really like to print good single prize attackers in Standard. Last good one was like Snorlax, Sableye. I mean, really, but those don't come around too often. Roaring Moon has the Vengeful Feathers attack for 2 Darkness Energy to 70 damage, and 10 more damage for each ancient card in your discard pile. Yeah, I don't know about all that. And then Speedwing, 120 damage, 140 hit points. Probably just not the guy, right? You'd have to have like way too many ancient cards in your discard pile for that to really do anything. I mean, a 2 energy single prize attacker. He's kind of fat. I think that's like his... I know it's ancient cards. How many ancient cards are there? You can give it 200 hit points. I get it. But like, all right, if you have 5 ancient cards in play, you're doing like 100 damage. Like, who cares? And that's if you have 5. Capsule, Vessel, Sada. Yeah, I guess. It's like, it could be an extremely mediocre single prize attacker. You're not doing significant damage with this card. If you're playing this card in your Roaring Moon deck, it's instead of Morpeko, just because. Now, okay, I'll give you this. I'll give you this. All right, I'll give you one thing. Give you one thing. If, like, you wanted to play it in a Roaring Moon deck, I guess you could play it just to, like, have an answer against Lost Box, right? Like, I guess. But you're not, like, actually doing anything. You know, you're not, like, doing anything significant to, like, bigger decks. You could play it as a single prize attacker because, like, you could probably ramp this 70 up to 110 to knock out a Cramorant, right? Like, you could probably do that. Right. Like, if you just need a single prize attacker that can get to 110, like, sure, this thing can do it. It's kind of fat. Yeah. It could be a very mediocre single prize attacker. But for most guys, I think Morpeko is just better, right? It's softening guys, and then I know. What if the second attack said take an extra prize card? I mean, my goodness. We used to have Guzzlord. That's what I'm saying. Creatures got soft, bro. Guzzlord, bro. The Goose Daddy. 150 HP. Red Banquet. Now we get cards like this and people try to tell me that they're good. Huh. This card wasn't even played in Standard during its time. This is a terrible card. During its time? What you think this is doing to an Arceus and Dialga Palkia GX? What you think this is doing to a Pikarom? Nothing, bro. No, nothing. Nothing. Who cares? New dragons. We got an ancient Koraidon. It's got the primeval battering attack, which does 30 damage for each of your ancient Pokemon in play for fighting in a colorless. That's if you've got the ancient deck, then I suppose you're doing 180 for 2. And that's like in Standard, you're building the ancient deck. 180, never hitting for weakness. Now, you know what would make this decent? If they reprinted Double Dragon. What if they reprint Double Dragon, baby? They won't ever do that, though, because of Tina. Dang it, bro. But if they... God, if they did, Tina would be way too broke. All right, what if they print... Okay, hold on, though. Hold on, though. What if it was a no rule box Double Dragon? They could do that. No rule box Double Dragon. They would say, like, this card counts as a colorless energy when attached to a... this card counts as 2 rainbow energy when attached to a dragon Pokemon. If that Pokemon has a rule box, it provides colorless instead. Yeah. And that would be insane, because then in Dragon Gym Leader Challenge decks, you would have 2 Double Dragons. Yeah. Because that's the thing. This attack is terrible. If there's no Double Dragon energy, this attack is just so unusable, right? You could see a double ancient energy. That's true, right? Yeah, it's just... With Sada, you're telling me I got to maintain a bench full of Dragon Goobers and then Sada every turn? Oh, yeah. Use the double A-spec. I forgot about the A-spec. Never mind. All right. Yeah, that A-spec. No, it's the future one accelerates the energy. Yeah, the future one's crazy. Great Tusk? I'm telling you, the last thing I want to do in my single prize deck is play Sada, okay? Sada is, like, not a powerful enough supporter card. I guess there was, like... The upside would have to be way more up in order to warrant playing Sada. I'm thinking about, like, you guys remember, Blacephalon, right? Baby Blacephalon, Fireball Circus. Like, this was a card where you would, like, Welder for turn to power up Fireball Circus. And Welder only drew 3 cards. But you were one-hit KOing things for 3 prizes. So, like, it was worth it, right? Because you were going to Fireball Circus for 350 damage, right? And you were using Pokemon EX and GX to, like... Or Pokemon GX to get bigger hands and stuff. Great Tusk? Crust Collapse. Discard the top card of your opponent's deck. If you played an Ancient Supporter card from your hand during this turn, discard 3 more cards from the top of their deck. New mill deck just dropped. Yo. So you have to Sada every turn, and if you just Sada every single turn, you just keep using Sada. And then you just mill. Mill. Mill 4 is not terrible. All right? It's not horrible. And then Giant Tusks does 160 for 4. Okay. There's new Ancient Supporters too. I got to remind myself of some of these cards. Yes, Buddy Poffin, very, very strong. JW and I talked about that on this week's episode of Tag Team Podcast. If you haven't already, definitely make sure to check out the Tag Team Podcast, hosted by myself, JW, and Riley Hulbert. We do our Tag Team Podcasts every week and host them wherever you listen to podcasts, Apple Music, Spotify, etc. All right, Raging Bolt EX. I just keep forgetting what this thing does. Every time I read it, I'm like, this guy's not very good. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know, I'm going back. I just want to contextualize real quick. Bursting Roar, discard your hand, draw 6 cards. Okay. Extreme Ascent, 70 damage times. You can discard the amount of basic energy attached to your Pokemon play. 70 damage for each card you discard in this way. With Sandy Shocks. But then it needs 2 energy. This deck feels like the kind of deck where you're always going to be one piece short. Does it not feel like that? So did Reshiram. That's what I'm saying. Does this card not reek of Reshiram? Why do I keep saying a 2 energy requirement is bad? Because it is. Thank you, Patrick, for the Prime sub and the 13 months. Two energy requirement. Having to play Sada every turn sucks. It just does. Having to play Sada every turn is not good. There's only one deck that does that, and it's Roaring Moon. And Roaring Moon is like the card that has a high enough upside that it's like worth it, right? So you build the whole Roaring Moon deck just to play Sada every turn. But like, look at how that deck's built. That deck's built with, you got Pokestops, you got the whole deal, right? Well, what I'm saying is there are some times where it's worth it to build a deck that wants to play Sada every turn. But to do 180 damage with this guy, that's not worth it. And this guy, all right, so here's the difference. Is like, yeah, you could play Sada every turn and like blow some things up with your guy. You know, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is worth it. Ben Moore says Ross Cawthon agrees with Sada every turn being bad. His top 64 Roaring Moon list only has 2 Sada and a higher research count. That's what I'm saying. Because it's bad. So let's actually do some math. Let's actually do some math, okay? You've got Sada, right? Okay. I don't think this deck will be better than Chien-Pao. I think Chien-Pao is just better than this card. Let's do some math. You need 5 energy in play to KO 1 Zard. And then you got to get 5 more energy in play to do it again. Like, can someone please give me a concise argument as to how this card is better than either of these? And don't tell me that you just like the long neck boy, all right? Don't just tell me that you like Raging Bolt. How are these two not just better? You know, like Chen Pao just like instantly KOs. But the thing is, you could just go boom, 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 boom with Chen Pao. You just keep throwing the energy down and just blast things. Golden Go, same thing. It's a 1 energy attack. Notice the difference. 1 energy, good. 2 energy, bad. Why? Because I can play whatever supporter I want with Golden Go every turn. Being locked into a supporter card that only says draw 3. So you're telling me, okay, all right, so let me set it up for you. You need 7 from Golden Go to KO Zard, and that happens. I mean, that's easy. It happens. Because you got superior, and it just is not hard to negotiate. Because all you have to do is bring the energy back from the discard pile and put them into your hand. You don't have to put them into play. This is the problem, is you have to put them into play. All right. And Golden Go has coin bonus, right? So it literally has the draw engine built in. And Chen Pao has Shivery Chill, gets the energy to hand itself, and you play it with Beaverell and Baxcalibur. So, to be clear, all right, give me your sample board state. I'm going in, bro. Okay. You've got this guy. A Mew EX? Or are we thinking that we're going to set up a Beaverell? Ain't no way we're actually setting up a Beaverell, right? All right. So your sample board state. You've got like Mrs. Shocks. You've got Long Neck Boy. And I like Long Neck Boy. Trust me, it's my favorite new ancient guy. I want him to be good. I do need an update. I got Photoshop 2022. Dang, I'm living in the past right now. So your board's going to be this. Couple of these. You need a couple of these. You can't use this until your opponent has taken the first knockout. Right? So you're going to need at least 2 shocks. You're going to need at least 2 of these. And then you probably need... Sheep rotates. No sheep. Sheep ain't working, bro. Anyway, you probably have to play a Bibarel. Man. I think I have Bibarel on the computer. It's got to be a Bibarel, right? Because you have to draw cards. And then you got to play Radiant Greninja. Because we have to, keep in mind, we have to play Seda every single turn, right? You have to play Seda every single turn. So you need a draw support Pokemon. That could be Bibarel or Mew or whatever, but you could probably also have to have Radiant Greninja. It's like, now that you're actually looking at it, doesn't this just look terrible? Now that you're actually just looking at this and you're kind of imagining it and you're like, okay, I have to play Seda every single turn, right? And then I discard all of my energy every single turn. And doesn't just like Golden Go and Chien-Pao both seem more realistic than this? Like, now that we're actually looking at it and kind of thinking about it, right? These guys only work if your opponent has taken 2 prizes. And we probably needed to squawk turn 1, right? Probably. So you probably don't even have bench space for 2 of these. You probably have bench space for 1. Raging Bolt with Garchomp EX. Now we're talking about Garchomp EX. And trust me, I want to make a Raging Bolt video. When this card drops, like, I'm going to get these Japanese cards. I'm going to be cooking. I want the content, okay? Trust me, it behooves me to believe in these cards, okay? It behooves me. It behooves me, all right? It would be a huge plus for me to be able to crank out a huge 50K view YouTube video where everybody gets really excited about Raging Bolt. But I have to be realistic. Gotta be realistic, right? So what we got, let's see. Did Tier 4 do, I'm sure they did. They do their video yet? All right, Raging Bolt, here we are. Okay, shout out to Tier 4 if you guys haven't checked them out. They create some awesome Japanese content. Okay, so here's the Tier 4 video. They create some awesome Japanese Pokemon TCG tabletop content. All right, so this is what they got. It's a Garchomp EX deck where you load energy into play and then swing. And I think, like, if you're going to go any direction, I guess this one makes sense. But I think that Garchomp EX is a terrible card. Like, why would you why would you set up a Garchomp EX to do 160 damage to load up your board where it's like you could just get Chen Pao and just start blowing things up turn 2? You could just start blowing things up turn 2 with Chen Pao EX, or you could start blowing things up turn 2 with Goldengo, right? And see here, so there's like the draw support. We got a Mew, we got a Greninja, and you have to like the 4 energy stickers. The stickers, you got your money on that? You know, so I'm like, I know I'm being a little bit of a hater. I am going to build this deck so that we can actually play it. But be real. Do you think this is beating Gardevoir EX? Do you think this is beating Giratina V-Star? Are we beating Gardevoir EX? Are we beating Giratina V-Star? Are we beating Roaring Moon with this? Can you beat Roaring Moon with this? I don't think you can beat Roaring Moon with this. You know, and I know I'm being a little bit of a hater, but I'm trying to be realistic here. And you know what? I am okay with these cards not being totally broken. I'm okay with that because I've believed for a long time that the Pokemon TCG need a little bit of a power reset, so that's fine. It's totally fine. Now, I was high on Roaring Moon. Do you guys remember? All right. Look at the stats on this card. Look at them. I'm going to force us all to look at them. Okay? Look at the stats on this card. All right? Now, I was high on this card. And, made a video because it was sick, right? This card is not even a top 5 deck in the Pokemon TCG, bro. It's a top 10 deck, but it's not a top 5. This guy, okay? This guy. Top 10 deck, but not even top 5. Now, when rotation comes around, it is going to kill off some things. And worse cards are going to have a time to kind of step into this into the spotlight. But I don't think that the format is really slowing down any. I think that the format is going to remain quite aggressive, especially with Roaring Moon around. So, yeah, I don't know. So I just don't necessarily know about this guy. I am going to proceed with caution when it comes to... Proceed with caution. When it comes to this guy. Right? I kind of already looked at some of these other guys. What, he does 260... okay. I mean, 260 for 3. I mean, this guy's like not bad. All right, I'm going to say it. Banana Hat is better than Long Neck. I'm going to say it. Banana Hat is way better. Banana Hat blows Long Neck out of the water. Yeah, so he just has to switch. It's 3 for 260. That's nuts. And he's got 230 hit points. Yeah, Banana Hat, this card has potential. That's true, Brandon, and maybe so. What I do not like inherently about this card is that you have to discard all of the energy from play, and there is no Flaffy in the format to bring them back. That is what I do not like about this card, right? In a different time, in a different place, this attack is completely broken, okay? But I think, like, without any ways, like, Raichu V was good because it has Flaffy and Generator, right? But, like, yeah, in a different time, in a different place, yes. But right now, no. This guy, his time is now. His place is now. 3 for 260. It's good stuff. Three for 260. You can accelerate with Sada. You could accelerate with Charizard. Yeah, this card's just nuts. You could play this in Charizard. Just having a guy that can just smack 260 with Charizard turn 2 is nuts. Yeah, this a good card. There's Basin, right? Yeah, you could put the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on it, give it 290 hit points. This card's just got really good stats. And it exists in an area where it's possible to power it up. Walking Wake. It's got the Cerulean Pulse ability. Damage from this Pokemon's attacks not affected by any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. And then Catharsis Roar, just 120 plus 120 if it's affected. If your opponent's active is affected by a special condition. I mean, that's like fine. It's a nice vanilla amount of damage output. If you're playing with the Ancient guy, Brute Bonnet, right? You could. It's like I can imagine a world where maybe that is, has like some, some opportunity to succeed, I guess. But it's probably not great, but it could. The Fluttermane, I think this card is pretty much terrible, but it's so weak. I mean, you just look at cards that they used to print, like Wob. Like Wobbuffet, dude. Buy Barricade, bro. Like that. This ability means something, all right? This abilities used to mean something, all right? When I used to ability lock, I used to actually lock stuff. Now I don't do squat, bro. Yeah, nothing. Only if it's active. You only stop the opponent's active Pokemon's ability. They can just retreat. Explorer's Guidance, top 6, 2 into the hand. This guy's the grass guy. He's pretty bad. This guy's the psychic guy. Your future Pokemon's attacks do 20 more. I think this guy's broken, actually. Yeah. This guy's got a lot of potential. I've talked about him before. Yeah. Shiny Cabalion. Yeah, he's crazy. The future Pokemon are basically the Plasma deck. Uh-huh. Yeah. He's got potential. Definitely. Yeah, do not sleep. This card could do things. Plus 20 damage buff. Heck yeah. Stackable. Yup. And the new future A-Spec. Yup. 60 damage. 8 damage counters. 200 for... Yup. Good. Hits fighting. That's the Cryptomaniac. Cool. All right, I just wanted to familiarize myself with these cards again real quick because I kind of forgot what they all did. It's going to help me kind of contextualize what I'm seeing here. I think that they're kind of redoing the Plasma deck, yeah, as the future deck, which is kind of cool. And I think that it could very well be good. The ace specs, and I said this before, dude. I said it, bro. I said that they were going to print a couple of bananas ace specs. I literally, on this week's episode of Tag Team Podcast, if you guys listen to that, JW and I were talking about the new cards, and I was like, dude, everybody's all like up in arms about Prime Catcher, but like I was thinking that Prime Catcher is going to be just a middle of the road ace spec. When all of the dust settles, I think Prime Catcher will be a middle of the road ace spec. I think that, and I was like, they're absolutely going to make some ace specs that are just like absolutely cracked. Prime Catcher is good. It's really good. But I think that they're going to create some things that are just nuts. And Drum of Awakening and Reboot Bot are both nuts, right? In their respective decks. They're both completely nuts. As they should be. They should be good, right? Like, whatever. It's exciting. Good cards. You can only play one. How bad could it be? Yeah. This thing, draw a card for each your ancient Pokemon in play. Nuts. If you're playing an ancient deck, even if you've got 4 ancient Pokemon in play, that's draw 4. It's crazy. If you've got 6, you draw 6 on an item. You can Pokestop for it. That's nuts. And then Reboot Bot. For each of your future Pokemon in play, choose a basic energy from your discard pile and attach it to that Pokemon. This card is freaking crazy, dude. This card, man. That's like, sometimes in order to help kind of like contextualize how powerful cards are, you know, like how, I think it's important to ask yourself, like, how easily can this effect be replicated, right? And that's going to really help you to determine whether a card is good or not. When you look at a card like Master Ball, and you're like, because Master Ball is getting a reprint, right? You look at a card like Master Ball, and you're like, oh, well, how easy can this be replicated? Well, Master Ball can literally be replicated by an Ultra Ball. You just have to discard 2 cards. So this is very clearly the worst one, right? Because it is very easily replicated. How easy can Reboot Bot attach it to 1 Pokemon? Still though, right? How easy can Reboot Bot be replicated? Bro, that's like up to 6 Dark Patch. Reboot Bot has the power to be 6 Dark Patch, bro. 6. When I first read this card, I thought it was a basic energy card for your discard pile to each of your future Pokemon, but I actually think that this effect is even better. Because I was like, oh, well, you know, why would you need to charge up your Cobalions or whatever? But I think this, putting all of the energy onto 1 Pokemon is like better. That's like 3 Sadas in 1 turn. It is for each of your future Pokemon. Choose basic energy and discard attached to the Pokemon. Yeah, it is to each Pokemon. Okay, it is. Yeah, it's to each Pokemon. You guys are tripping. Why are you making me trip like that? It's to each. Yeah. So you can accelerate your whole board all at once. Yeah, for each of your future Pokemon in play, choose a basic energy and discard attached to that Pokemon. Darkrai V-Star can get it back. Right. It's true. I mean, so this card can single-handedly get your whole future deck going. That's nuts. It's like a one-item card energy accelerating machine. You can accelerate 6 energy into play with this. 6! Like, that is how... And so, like, when we're talking about power level of cards, right? Even you think of a card like Prime Catcher. Is Prime Catcher on this page? Probably not. Yeah, it is. All right, you think of a card like Prime Catcher. Like, how easy can Prime Catcher be replicated? Right? And you ask yourself the question. You're like, all right, with a boss and a switch. 2 cards. Or Counter Catcher Switch. It's essentially, right? It's obviously not a perfect 1-to-1 or 1 Guzma, right? Which is a rotated supporter, but thank you, IV1120, for that Prime sub. That's how to load your long neck. Unfortunately, this is a future card. Long neck's an ancient card. So yeah, the power level, the potential power level of this card is so high. And I hope that that's kind of evident using the kind of, you know, using the kind of reasoning that I'm showing you right now, right? Is like ultimately a Prime Catcher is not actually giving your deck a different function that it didn't have previously. It's just making a function that it already had a little bit easier. You understand what I'm saying there? Whereas Reboot Bot gives your deck a function that it did not otherwise have. It is a completely unique and very strong function that is not capable of being replicated, right? That's part of what makes Reboot Bot a special card. Drum of Awakening is, you know, an explosive draw card. And in some situations, like, that could be more valuable, having like a very explosive item-based draw can be stronger than having a gust option, right? So I think that right out the gates, Drum of Awakening and Reboot Bot both give Prime Catcher a run for its money. And the difference is in an item, so you can Prime Catcher an Iono. Right, but you could Counter Catcher Iono too. So it's like, yeah. What I'm saying is, like, obviously Prime Catcher is good, but it is kind of replicatable. It's able to be replicated, whereas Reboot Bot absolutely cannot be replicated. This is a completely unique function that is broken. I mean, this is very good. And this card in Roaring Moon's crazy too. This card in any ancient deck, the ability to just like kind of just instantly draw 4 more cards. It's nuts. All right. Iron Valiant. 130 HP, future Pokemon. It's got the Majesty Sword attack, which does 100 damage. And if you played a future supporter from your hand, it does 100 more damage. So 200 damage. That is it's a high energy cost, though. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck, put them back in your deck in any order. Yeah. It's a high energy cost. And this card is nice, but it is not enough to pay for 3 energy attack costs. At all. And we know right now, like, the future supporter that we've seen is this. And we've also got, like, Turo Scenario. Is there anything else? No, right? So it's like, yeah, very high upside, but very high energy cost. And you could boost that damage output with Cabalion, obviously. Iron Valiant's really cool, but I'm gonna be honest with you. When it comes to when you are playing a deck like this, and you're like, investing energy into an attacker, you just don't want to. You don't want to invest that much energy onto a Pokemon with this little amount of HP. That's just that's just basics, right? Unless you're playing like Lost Box or something, you know, in which case you could just play Mirage Gate and just whip the energy into play. But I'm imagining people are thinking about this not in a Lost Box sense. But I mean, I guess like, but then you have to like have played one of these supporters as your, the future supporters in order to do 200 damage. There's probably just better things to do. Like Snorlax is just probably a better Lost Box attacker, right? Like when it comes to basic attackers, you have to weigh them all against this guy, right? So like when it comes to basic single prize attackers, they all get compared to Snorlax. And you have to ask yourself, is this card better than Snorlax? Because Snorlax is like the guy. Snorlax is that dude. If you want a single prize attacker, Snorlax is that vanilla baseline. 180 damage, 150 hit points, 3 energy. So, like, I don't think that Iron Valiant lives up to that. And I think if you're looking to build your future deck, you're not going to be investing energy onto a little guy like this for 200 damage. It's not worth it. Mid-Rhydon. All right. Mid-Rhydon. A Dragon Miraidon. It's got 110 HP. I'd expect nothing less from my squishy little lightning boy. And it's got 2 attacks. First attack, Speed Peak for colorless energy. It does 40 damage. Search your deck for up to 2 basic energy. Attach them to your future Pokemon in any way you like. What's up? Future Box. This is how we do it right here, baby. This is how we do it. This is how we're getting them energy into play. Okay. So then you could accelerate to the... Okay, all right. Okay, maybe. All right, maybe you could play one of these in your future box, so that you could juice it up onto the... Okay, all right. But the thing is, there's no good future supporters worth playing. So, like, I'm still a little bit weak on this guy. But this guy is nuts, okay? And, yeah, I mean, this card certainly has potential in Gym Leader Challenge as well. But I want to talk about it from a standard perspective because I know I get very excited about GLC, but this is actually a good standard card. So when we're talking about the potential of, like, Future Box, right? I mean, you've got Cobalions, right? Your future Pokemon's attacks do 20 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. So if you're able to get 2 Cobalion in play, attack with Miraidon, bam. That's 80 damage turn 1. You're knocking out Charmanders. You're knocking out Ralts. You're knocking out Pidgeys. All that. Easy mode, right? Future Booster Energy Capsule. You got free retreats. It's pretty cool. You could use this to power up Iron Hands EX. Yes, you can. All right, this deck's going crazy. This is the best deck out of the next set. This is the best deck out of the next set. It's not that long neck boy thing. No, this is it right here. It's basically the return of Plasma. You got all these damage mods. You got Cobalion, right? Cobalions plus 20, Future Booster Energy Capsules plus 20, and gives you free retreat. It's the only deck in Standard that has Floatstone. That's crazy. And you get Muscle Band. That's crazy, right? 2 of the strongest tool cards ever printed that they won't give to any other decks anymore because they're greedy. Floatstone, been out of commission since 2015. Muscle Band, out of commission since 2014. and they give you a combo. How about 2-in-1? Yup. The Future Booster Energy Capsule, crazy. And you've got Iron Valiant EX, which does 200 damage, right? So you could even play this guy, and you've got the Tachyon bits, right? So, like, you've got all these damage boosters. You've got Cobalion. You've got Future Booster Energy Capsule. You've got Iron Valiant, which can poke as well. Isn't that nuts? It's kind of crazy. Just saying. I haven't gotten quite that far yet, Lapsy. I'm still kind of just... I'm kind of just like starting to envision the deck now. So, how do you beat Charizard? How you can play Devolution TMs. You could go very Miraidon. You could play like Miraidon Cobalion heavy and just kind of like chase down Charmanders, load up a bunch of energy and play. You could you've got Grass Boy. Iron Leaves. 1-hit KO. There you go. That's how you do it. Right there. That's how you beat Charizard. Blammo. Skadoosh. Right? You get to hit for all the weaknesses. You can Iron Hands a Pidgeot for 3 prizes. Yep. You can Iron Leaves Charizard. And you can just plop down the Iron Leaves, right? And move all the energy to it. It's like they knew what they were doing when they designed this deck. They wanted to make sure it has rush. It like comes to, it goes down, it goes into the active, and it moves all the energy to it. Crazy. You could play this, get all the energy into play, and then plop the leaves down, going with the leaves. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is gonna be a deck. 100%. All the pieces are here. 180 damage. Yup. 1 retreat. Yup. You got Techno Radar. That's right. Oh, that's right. You even got Techno Radar, bro. What? Whew. This is way better than Daddy Long Neck. That's what I've been trying to say, dude. I'm trying to say that ancient deck is trash. This is the one. This is like comparing Single Strike Urshifu VMAX to Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX on release. Bro, Rapid Strike was that. Dude. All right? Does it have a draw engine? It doesn't even need a draw engine, dude. Just play supporters. Does Entei Valiant have a draw engine? No. Just play supporters. You're fine. You play it like the old Plasma decks. There is no more path. Path rotated. Your draw engine is Radiant Greninja. There you go. Radiant Greninja. I will allow you 1 Radiant Greninja. Well, look at all right, look at this. Let's see. Let's see, what nationals had like plasma in it? 2013? Yes. Look at that. 3 bicycles. That's your draw engine right there, dude. This is what these decks used to look like. All gas, no brakes, supporter heavy, gas, 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 gas. All right? And N existed in this format. You were getting N to 1. What does that basically choose? Is draw cards till you have 4 in your hands. Bicycle is an item card that lets you fill your hand to 4. But yeah, this is what these decks used to look like. Deoxys, increase your plasma damage by 10. Ride and Knuckle used to do 30 damage, and then accelerated energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. You had a bunch of supporter cards. You had Gust. You had damage boost with Hypnotoxic Laser, right? You had Gust, non-coin flip catcher Gust. Colress Machine helped accelerate energy into play. It was an item card. You just got to search your deck for a plasma energy and attach it to one of your Pokemon. That's why I say people are addicted to ball search these days, bro. Look at this deck. Look at this deck. Look at it. 2 Team Plasma Ball, 1 Ultra Ball. You guys would never. In current day, that's all you did. You just, 1 Ultra Ball, 2 Plasma Ball. That's it. When I say ball search, I mean including Techno Radar. I think the deck will just run 4 Techno Radar. Yeah, that's it. Yep, just 3 balls. That's all you needed. And these guys, times were just different, okay? It's not like these decks were built incorrectly. They weren't. These are really, really good decks. It's just that the format was slower. So you could afford to just play an N and draw into your Pokemon, right? And then and some of the greatest people to ever play the game played during this time. Puka. TCG legend, right? Yeah, he plays 2 Ultra Ball, 1 Plasma Ball. This is way pre-Shaman. Yes. Shaman was XY. This is black-white. It's 2013. Yeah. Yep. This was like textbook. You play your supporter. There's no other draw support. That's just what you did. You played your supporter for turn. There was no other way to draw cards. There was Bicycle. That was it. So then, when people are comparing this future deck to Plasma, that's what they're comparing it to. And you didn't play any draw support in that deck. And N did exist. So you were just playing in a way that your deck was all gas, no brakes. Kind of like Entei Valiant does now, right? Kind of like, honestly, your draw engine might be like a Mew EX. That could be your draw engine. Play a bunch of supporters and a Mew, you're fine. Or play a Radiant Greninja, you're fine. No, I don't think Xatu is going to be... This deck is not playing any evolutions. None. This deck, basics. This is your basics deck. Just all gas, no brakes, basics. Ain't no evolving going on here. You probably won't even play Ultra Ball. That's interesting. It's interesting. Okay. So anyways, the Miraidon, 40 damage, 2 basic energy, attach them to future Pokemon in any way you like. So you get to... God, that's so crazy. So you get to attach them to whoever you want as well. And then with Cobalion, I mean, you can hit turn 1. You can hit turn 1 100 damage with this. It's pretty good. And then Sparkling attack for 2 lightning and a psychic does 160 damage. Bro is stanced up. You're right. 160 damage, couple Cobalion, you're hitting 220. 3 Cobalion in play, or 2 Cobalion and a future booster energy capsule, you're hitting 220. 220 for 3, you're one-hit KOing Miraidon EX. Like, I want you guys to kind of like, yeah. Like, that's ramps really fast. I think this card is better than this card because you can turn this 160 into 220 very easily. 2 Cobalion, 1 future booster energy capsule, bam, 220, right? Here, no, you gotta have to play the future card from hand. Like, no, I'm not feeling that. This guy is way better, and he's got a good first attack. And the fact that that first attack is a colorless energy requirement means that you don't have to find a specific kind of... You don't have to find a specific kind of energy to start accelerating energy into play. It's crazy. Yeah, this guy is going to feel a lot like... I mean, it's like you get to kind of compare... It's just like this, right? Thundurus EX, Riding Knuckle, 30 damage, attacks an energy card from your discard pile to one of your bench team plasma Pokemon. I mean, this is like kind of the modern version of that, right? 40 damage, search your deck for... I mean, it's just mind-bogglingly better. But, yes, it's exactly what you're doing. And then the fact that it can attack, too. It's like, it's crazy. Yeah, in this deck, you used to do a lot of... Kyurem was like your kind of main single prize attacker. It could do 30-30 with Frost Spear, which you could actually power up really easily with Colress Machine. And then Blizzard Burn was kind of like your hammer. I know it's crazy to think. 3 energy for 120. That was a hammer. Blizzard Burn 120 if you had enough Deoxys in play. Say you had 3 Deoxys in play, that's 150. Say you had Hypnotoxic Laser and a Burbank City Gym, bam, that's 180. You're one-hit KOing any Pokemon EX in the format, right? So, like, that's kind of, you just kind of mathed things out. Yeah, I agree. This is a really fun take on the old Plasma deck. I like it. It's cool. So yeah, 160, 3 damage buffs, you're up to 220. And then I think we'd be tripping not to talk about this as potential card in Gym Leader Challenge as well. Dragon type GLC decks, I mean, it's got a funky energy cost. That is like the weird thing about it. But that first attack is really good. It only accelerates to future Pokemon, but notably, it can accelerate to itself. So you could go turn 1, speed peak, accelerate energy to itself, and then swing for 160. It does the magic number 160, which is what every single Dragon Gym Leader Challenge attacker does. They all do 160. So that's fine. And I think if we get any other future Dragon Pokemon, then Miraidon being able to just power up those guys will be very good. The question just is, like, our Dragon list, am I going to switch up the energy counts in my Dragon list to accommodate for a double lightning psychic energy requirement? That's just the big question for me. Because right now, that seems like I got you know, I got fire energy, I got water energy, I got fighting energy. I know, but you want like a basic so that you can Raihan it, right? Obviously, you could do double dragon. It's an option. You could do Aurora energy. You could do the blends. Yes, yes. But it only accelerates basic energies, right? So, like, are you going to put a lightning and a psychic in the deck? If you put a psychic in the deck, I mean, then you have access to Necrozma. And that's the thing. I've actually stopped playing Necrozma. Not you. You. Yeah. I've stopped playing this guy. But I think it's time to come back. I think it's time to go back to Ultra Necrozma. And if you play a psychic energy, it's like all I really needed was like an excuse. I think all I needed was one excuse to put a psychic energy into the deck. And it's like this guy is enough of an excuse to play a psychic so that since you're playing a psychic, then you can have this Ultra Necrozma as well. The Ultra Burst ability is very limiting, but at the end of the game, you get to attack with it. And you can always play Silent Lab to turn your own ability off, right? You Silent Lab it. Yeah. You slab it. That's what you do. Put the old Silent Lab in play. Turn them abilities off. Yeah, or you can Hex, right? You turn your own ability off, then you can attack every turn. So yeah, this card's definitely worth thinking about in Gym Leader Challenge. You know, good dragon cards don't get printed every day, so. And then we've got this guy. This freaking guy. Dual Core. While this Pokemon has a Future Booster Energy Capsule attached, it is both Fighting and Metal type. Cool. And then Passing Wheel. Move one energy from this Pokemon to one of your bench Pokemon. All right. What are we doing here? Is Ultra Beast to GLC acceptable? Yes. Why do they hate Iron Tread so much? Yeah. Why do they hate my boy so much? All right. Here, what does giving it fighting typing do? Allows it to one-hit KO Miraidon. You could, all right, if you've got the Future Booster Ancient Capsule and 2 Cobalion in play, you are one-hit KOing a Miraidon, right? So, like, that's worth thinking about. You're also one-hit KOing an Iron Hands. Those things are worth thinking about. So, like, you could play one copy of that, and you're one-hit KOing Chen Pao, right? I mean, you think about the weaknesses. Yeah, yes, it's 60 damage. That's bad. But it can easily ramp up to 120. I'm giving 3 damage buffs is easy to hit in this deck, right? You've got the Future Booster Ancient Capsules and 2 Cobalions. That's pretty easy to negotiate. It's not hard. So every attack you look at could be plus 60. So the cool thing about this guy is that he passes the energy back, right? Because this is a deck where you want to conserve your energy. You have to. So I'm not a total Iron Treads hater. He knocks out Ralts. He knocks out Cobalions. All right, actually, I'm an Iron Treads hater, bro. You just would rather be using this attack. You just would rather, if you're knocking out Ralts and Curlias and stuff, you'd rather just be juicing that board. Juicing the board, bro. I think you could play one of these. Just one. If you wanted to hit Iron Hands and Chen Pao for weakness. So, like, why not, right? Gonna need a Luminous. Nah. Order box. Use this card. Your turn ends. Search your deck for 2 items and reveal them. Put them into your hand. Opponent plays Iono. These kinds of cards, they've been printing these kinds of cards. They haven't necessarily been great. This is the kind of card a control player might play, but, you know, most standard decks are not going to be taking a turn off to get some items. Then you got the Manscaped Lawnmower 5.0, which makes it so that both players discard their hands until they have 5 cards remaining. As an item card? Okay. We got the new Emergency Board, which is a tool card that decreases the Pokemon is attached to retreat cost by 1. And if that Pokemon has 30 HP or less, it has no retreat. I'm kind of wish that the skateboard card was better. I really don't see, like, that's such a narrow usage, right? 30 hit points or less, it has free retreat. Like, such a narrow use for that. I really don't like it. It could see play in decks that just have 1 energy retreaters just to give them free retreat. But isn't, like, Beach Court just better for that? Could I do a kickflip on this board? Yeah, I don't know if the jetpacks would get in the way there, but maybe. I think I could. I know. This is how badly they don't want to reprint Flowstone. I know, and it hurts. The art looks like AI got the prompt. I know. Sad. Bianca's Sincerity. Heal all damage from one of your Pokemon with 30 HP or less remaining. I hate these clauses, okay? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. No. All right? Just no. Just no. All right? And then Airy. Look at your opponent's hand. Choose 2 item cards you find there. Discard them. That is a control player's dream card right there. Yeah. That is good. For control. Yep. Just imagine Snorlax control. Let me go into your hand and remove both those switch cards. Oh, Brandon, you missed the talk on Miraidon? Oh, yeah. That whole future deck is broken. I think that future deck has got a lot of potential and it's going to be good. That's my thought on that. Yeah, there's a whole deck around it. Really, it was like, yeah, the whole future package I think is great. I know, juicy tabletop content. Agreed, Jesse. Yes. So this card very good in those control decks. Very good, in like Snorlax stall. We talked about the ace specs. And now let's take a look at that artwork. Oh, yeah. Banana hats. He's so nice. Look at him. King of the jungle, honestly. This guy is climbing a tree. Man, just head in the clouds. Just like me, for real. Yeah, I do. I love this guy so much. Ancient Verizian. Not ancient. Future Verizian. Sorry. Future Cabalion. It's like, these guys are funny. I like Future Terrakion the most. Future Terrakion is sick. Of all 3, Future Terrakion goes the hardest. Undoubtedly. The Cabalion, that's a nice pretty artwork for the Cabalion. Fluttermane. Relicanth. Shiftry and Iron Thorns. Let's see. All right, with this new context, what, you do 200 damage, discard 2. I don't love that attack. 60 damage. I mean, so he's got like that 8 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon. Free the top 5 cards to your deck. 70 damage for each future card you find there. Discard the future cards you revealed in this way. I don't know. What if Thorns is kind of sick, bro? All right, you get to stack 2. You could stack 2. That seems pretty terrible. And then the second attack is like way too much. Yeah, surprise 350. So who are the attackers in the future deck? It looks like the future deck is going to be Miraidon. It's going to be Cabalions. And what does he do? 50 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. It's not very good. All right. It's going to be Cabalions. It's going to be Miraidon. And it's going to be Leaves. Right? There's a future Miraidon. There is. You're right. You're right. Let's see. There's this new Reuniclus. Look how cute he is. Isn't he nice? You can attack. Oh, you should have a Iron Hands, right? Thinking Hands and Valiant EX. Yeah, I agree. I do think the deck will definitely play a Hands. It's got to, right? I think so. At least it's got to play one Hands. Cabalion. 50 damage to your bunch of people going. Yeah, another figure. Yeah. All right. Yeah. But still, it's just 50. 50 doesn't get there, man. 50, like, am I really gonna do this to a Cabalion just so I can? Are we playing Valiants? Like, is that a thing? Is there gonna be a lot of Valiants? Like, you think, are we really gonna do accelerate to the Cabalion just so the Cabalion can do 50 to 2? Like, keep in mind that is 100 damage total. It is just not a lot. It does go through Manaphy, but like, is that really what we're doing? Future Booster doesn't make that 7. If Future Booster made that 70-70, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Of course you would do that. But 50-50, it would only be 7 of the active. Right. If it was 60, right, or could use its own ability, right? Yes. Right. When I say the attack is very niche, you probably won't end up doing that, and I really don't foresee you powering up multiple Cabalion EX to attack with twin shotlets, Quinn Chotels over and over again. I really don't see that. It goes through Manaphy, but it doesn't even knock out Manaphy. You would have to have the Iron Valiant and then Ping and then, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, it's a lot. I need to put respect on Iron Crown's name. He's not a Cabalion. He is a Cabalion. Faux show. This Reuniclus has got 120 HP. Look at the top 8 cards of your deck. Put any number of Pokemon you find there onto your bench. Shuffle the other cards into your deck. Huh. Okay. It's interesting. And then Brain Shake, 100 damage. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now confused. These kinds of attacks have not traditionally been good. But, you know, it's kind of wacky. We got the Heroes Capes, another A-Spec plus 100 HP to any of your guys. I mean, if your opponent is playing a list with no vacuum, yup, I mean, you could stick it. Or if your opponent's already used their vacuums. We got the Buddy Poffin, obviously. Draw a card, shuffle this. Yeah, he's like, no. And then the Sableye is like, no. Move any number of damage counters to your opponent's bench Pokemon on the active Pokemon. No. We're getting this guy finally. Once during each player's turn, that player may discard a psychic energy from their hand and heal 30 damage from each of their Pokemon. Oh, yeah. You could see that in Guardy decks. We're getting Crisis Punch as well. 280, but only when your opponent has 1 prize remaining. Getting those in the upcoming Paldean Fates. Where's the Miraidon? Where's the Dragon Miraidon? Anybody got a link to that thing? Did I have it? Did I have it open? That's cool. Whoa. Dang, that's crazy. I had it open. It's at the bottom. Oh. All right. Take me back. Oh. Not there. Not there. I literally just looked at it. You guys are got to be kidding me, right? All right, here we are. Thanks. I should have been on Justin Basil the whole time. Cool. Miraidon. Oh. This deck's broken. What the heck, dude? This deck is broken. It's broken. This is all we really needed. The guy who could do like 300 damage. What's it do? 220. 220 base. But you could boost that. Yeah, 220 base. Yeah, you could get to 280 easy. Uh-huh. And then that first attack, if your opponent attacks Pokemon, 100 more damage. Cool. Dang, why do the ancient Pokemon stink so bad? And the future Pokemon? Nah, okay, there's Roaring Moon. All right, there's Roaring Moon. Yeah, I mean, it's possible to boost that to 320. It is. You'd have to have 4 Cabalions, and you'd have to have a future booster. But, like, Take that back, banana. Yeah, this guy's nuts. All right, well, I need a couple of the Miraidon EX starter decks then. They won't freaking put my... They won't put my cards up, bro. Bro, I need some Cyber Judge, brother. Nobody got Cyber Judge up yet. The set comes out, like, soon. I think at the end of the month. No, Baiyi's my sponsor. Yeah, for sure. Baiyi, they're kind of on a video by video basis. It's like some months they'll hit me up and they'll be like, "Yo, you want to do a sponsor video?" And I'll be like, "Yeah." And then, you know, some months they don't. So they're not like Dragon Shield and Full Grip. They're all the time. Baiyi is more like they sponsor specific streams, right? Baiyi will sponsor a single stream or a single video. That's how they rock. And I'm very thankful for that, but yes, Jesse, the new Long Neck Boy is an ancient, but that card's bad. I'm trying to let chat down slowly. Yo, who is he? That's kind of cool. Dang. Man, this website got everything. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Discard any number of cards you find there, put the other cards back in any order. That's a terrible supporter. Twitter says it's broken. Do you believe everything you read on Twitter there, Jesse? Yup. This card is bad. He's not good. And that's okay. It's okay for there to be bad cards. It's okay. They can't all be broken. I hope you do build it for tabletop and kick my butt, Jesse. I hope you do. God, I love to be proven wrong. How is it bad? I probably spent 45 minutes describing how it was bad earlier in the stream. Garganackle EX. Salt Body. This Pokemon can't be affected by special conditions. Here, I have a diagram as to why it's bad. All right, no Bieberell. You got no draw support. What's your board look like? Your board looks like this? Is this what we're doing? All right, and then you need a Squawkabilly. There's going to be a Squawkabilly in play. God knows you're not getting anything going out the Squawkabilly. Keep in mind, this deck does not have VIP Pass. This deck does not have Battle VIP Pass, so you just are going to need... You're just going to need to, like, you know, get all these guys out with, like, nest balls and stuff. Seda plus attach plus ability. Okay, these abilities only activate once you've already lost 2 prizes, right? Okay, so these guys are not going to help you with your first knockout. So you're telling me with this board, you have to play Professor Seda every single turn. No Greninja? Fine. Now you also have to get your energy into the discard pile. You have to play Seda every single turn in this deck. And then you need to discard all of your energy every single turn. Yeah, Welder says hello. You remember how much work used to go into playing Welder every turn, Jesse? Yes, you do. You used to have to play Stellar Wish Jirachi. You used to play 2 to 3 to Dene GX. You used to play Pokegears. All that. Okay? All that. And you still missed it sometimes. Don't even play with me, bro. You're telling me that this pile is going to do it? No chance. Absolutely no chance. And then you don't even get to keep your energy. You have to discard it. Every turn, you have to discard it. It's terrible. All right, again, I'll pull up the... Listen, I'll pull up the tier 4 lists. I'll pull them up, bro. Shout out to tier 4. They create some awesome Japanese Pokemon TCG content. I love what they're doing over there. Definitely inspiring, and they help drive, me to motivate me to do better and better tabletop content as well. All right. We have different styles of making our videos, but they create some very valuable stuff. So here, tier 4's got two potential lists. They've got a Garchomp EX list, which I am a huge hater of because it plays Garchomp EX. And have we not already discovered that Garchomp EX is not a good card? Have you guys seen this Glorb video?
Hey, SpongeBob, I brought you a little something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Sandy. That's good.
Spongy, I can't keep doing this. All the violence, all the shootings, the death that hangs around me, it smothers me. Now Krabs is talking about building bunkers underground to escape Canada. I just can't do this anymore. I'm leaving you, SpongeBob. I love you, but I'm leaving you.
Can gangsters cry? 'Cause lately it's been weighing on my mind. And I say I'm fine, 'cause underwater no one sees a teary eye. And baby, all the beef from Bikini Bottom got me stressing out. I'm sorry I didn't have the time for you, and now you're saying bye. Girl, I'm sorry that I ripped my pants, and I know that you don't like romance, but all I wanna do is be right there by your side. Gangsters cry. Sandy, I've been missing on you. A day ain't the same without you. Now I'm wondering. Gangsters cry.
No, this is not AI. It's way too good to be AI.
Oh, bartender, just the usual, please. Kelp shake with extra lean. Around here it's open, carry open.
Oh, it's AI voice mod. Yeah. But not like not the art. And not the lyrics. But yes. The voice is probably AI altered, yes. But the lyrics are written. And this is somehow done. I don't know.
I might escape the law, but it's your love I can't outrun. Can gangsters cry? 'Cause lately it's been weighing on my mind. And I say I'm fine, 'cause underwater no one sees a teary eye. No one gets me except you, Sandy. Can gangsters cry?
I've had this song stuck in my head for weeks. Bro, there's a reason that this video just lives here on my... Bro, I've probably watched that video 5 times. Shout out to Glor, bro. Freaking... the nose flute. Can gangsters cry? Freaking incredible, dude. Crazy. So good, so good. Anyways, now you guys know why Glorb is there. Yes, back to proving that the bolt is mid. We don't know all the cards in the set. I don't want to get to build it, and I won't do this. I mean, I appreciate what Tier 4 does here, but I will not, I will not do this until the cards are released. Because it's like, for all we know, there could be like a freaking supporter in this set that we don't know about. Like, you know, it's just like, I'm not going to put the list out there until the set's revealed, until the whole set's revealed, you know? So, but I think for them, it makes more sense. So, you know, I'm going to wait. I mean, and it's happening at the end of the month. And then we have until March when the cards come out. So I'm going to have like weeks to crank out this content. When we get this, it'll have a whole other set with it. Holy moly. So anyways, we've got Garchomp EX. Let me ask you guys a question. Is Garchomp EX a good card or a bad card? We'll do a poll. Is Garchomp EX good or bad? It's a good card. I am delusional. Oh, sorry, that's not what I meant, right? It's a bad card. All right, here we go. Let's start the poll. Thank you, Colin Wallen, for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. And it's the thing. We know that about Garchomp, right? Garchomp EX. Let's pull it up. Problem with Garchomp EX is that it's a stage 2 Pokemon. Usually, when you're setting up, when you're going through the effort to set up a stage 2 Pokemon, it better do something broken, okay? You're a stage 2 Pokemon, Tricky Jim. Yeah. When you're going through the effort to set up a stage 2 Pokemon, it better do something completely broken. And that's the thing, is when Garchomp EX like actually just hits the board, it doesn't naturally do anything broken. It, at its very best, will accelerate 3 basic fighting energy from your discard pile to your bench Pokemon in any way you like. But that's only if you have 3 fighting Pokemon in your discard pile. And then, you know, you only do 160 damage. You're not actually knocking anything out. You're not knocking out basic Pokemon V. You're not knocking out basic Pokemon EX. You're barely knocking out a Squawkabilly, right? Just very underwhelming. Sonic Drive is not knocking anything out, okay? So Hydrolander, so let me say this again. At its very best, Hydrolander is doing 160 damage, accelerating 3 fighting energy. Then you're accelerating energy onto a giraffe guy, and then your opponent needs to not let go, knock that out. Yeah. So like, and that's the whole problem with the deck, is like, I'm gonna set up my stage 2 Pokemon to set up my benched basic Pokemon, and then I'm gonna hope that my opponent doesn't gust it and knock it out, right? Because if they were to like mess with me, then I'd have to go back and I'd have to use Garchomp again. And herein lies like the insane problem with this strategy, is that once I attack with Long Neck Boy, then I gotta go back out with Mid-Chomp, dude. Then I gotta go back out with Mid-Chomp. And Mid-Chomp doesn't even 2-hit KO Charizard EX. You see how bad that is? Like, so that's not it, right? Yeah, so that ain't it. But I respect the hustle. All right, so what's the other option? They're trying it with Arceus. Dang, they got all the different ways they're trying doing it. This. Here's the other way they're trying it. We got Long Neck Boy. And again, shout out to Tier 4. They create some awesome content. I love that they're just constantly being creative and trying out new stuff. That's great. You know, and I'm relying on their content to bounce ideas off of right now. So I really appreciate what they do. You know, if you like creative deck ideas, especially on cards that have not been released yet, definitely head over to YouTube. Give them a sub. All that. They deserve it. They create amazing content. And even though, you know, I don't speak Japanese, but I can read a deck list, right? And I can certainly follow the gameplay that they produce. You know, and you can kind of get an idea of the style of edits that they do when they're doing the tabletop gameplay, right? So, this is like the other way, right? And in this version, they're trying to do more of like the Roaring Moon thing, where you have to play Professor Seda every turn. The problem is you have to discard all that energy every turn. You're using, and it's like even when, think about this, even when like Roaring Moon, how often do you just Calamity Storm with Roaring Moon? What? Like, how often? You Calamity Storm all the time, right? All the time. And when just comparing, like, why in the world would you ever play Long Neck Boy when you could just play Roaring Moon? Why? Roaring Moon is just better. By a lot. By a lot. Please, I'm trying to save you guys. This card is way better. This total cope. You don't get to keep your energy. You have to play Seda every single turn. You're probably going to end up missing energy, missing knockouts, and things like that. This deck has to play Energy Sticker just to try and make up the difference. Play Long Neck with Porygon Z. I suppose you could play Long Neck with Porygon Z, yes. So let me get this straight. You're going to set up stage 2 Pokemon on your bench. And then, hold on. This is what we're going to do. All right. Then we got to flip a heads. And then we also have to have 4 energy in the discard. But once we flip that heads, then we got 4 energy back. DTJ said the people don't want to be saved, Maho. Let them, they love to suffer. You're so right. They can't be helped. They don't want to be saved. Don't save her. They don't want to be saved. So yeah, I think when it just comes to ancient Pokemon, like Roaring Moon's just the best one. Like, when it comes to standard format, standard, why don't we just play the best cards? You know? Isn't that the goal of standard? Not to have fun. Standard is just for playing the best cards and trying to win tournaments. Right? Because that's boring. You know what card this reminds me of a lot? Don't make me compare it, chat. This card's got a 90 multiplier, bro. 90. Corporate wants you to spot the difference between these two cards. Yeah, corporate needs you to spot the difference between these two cards. I think Reshiram could be better. Reshiram was printed during a time. Keep in mind, Reshiram was printed when nobody had more than 280 hit points. And Welder existed. Sleepy Dreepy, you missed the correct there twice in a row, but that's okay. Nobody's, you know what? It's Twitch chat. You're fine. It's all good. It's just the internet, you know? But you might want to roll one more time. Thank you, Jon Snow, for the Prime sub and the 39 months. It's all good. It's just the internet. Thems. Them's there's the same thing, bro. Don't sweat it. Earlier, the streamer thought paralyzation was the... I instantly fixed that, Brandon. I instantly fixed that. I did, bro. It came out of my mouth, but I instantly corrected myself. Thank you, Delicious Man, for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. And let's get some hype going for Victor Natty with the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, I'll get some hype going for Sleepy Dreepy. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Victor Natty. Let's get some hype going for Victor in the chat. Amazing. I appreciate you, Victor. Yeah, thank you for the generosity. Thank you for the hype. Can always count on Victor to bring the hype. Let's go and welcome new subs to the channel. Paralyzation. All right, so maybe that's not a word, but you knew what I was getting at. What, so now we can't be creative with our diction anymore? Is that what it is? You the word police? Is that we can't even just have fun with our words? Isn't the point of words for people to understand what you're saying? And you all know what paralyzation means. Thank you, Marco, for the Prime sub in the 3 months. Man, I can't believe I freaking lost round 4 yesterday at Gym Leader Challenge League. I'm stewing on that one. I'm so happy for Alex, but I'm also, man, I know Ben Morris was so relieved when I did not take my 6th badge and get 1 step ahead. He was so relieved. Sitting there watching, dapping Alex up, giving him the big thumbs up when he took that win. Thank you, Vohan and Sleepy Dreepy, for those subs. I appreciate you. Yeah, thanks, Sleepy Dreepy. Thank you, Vohan. Yeah, we got a hype train going on. Dang, that's crazy. What happens when all the badges are completed? If someone completes all the badges, I mean, that'd be hugely impressive. But the winner this year is going to get a trophy, a custom Gym Leader Challenge trophy, a booster box, and Infinite Clout. I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I was so upset yesterday, not just that I lost, but that I gave up a fire badge. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was so upset. It's like, because I know what that means, right? I know what that means, and it's got me messed up. Like, if I had lost to Alex playing any other type, that would have been fine. But the fact that he got a fire badge out of it, let fire have its moment? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I ought to. Anyways. Reshiram. I'm very proud of Alex, though. He works really hard, and he certainly deserves it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it with the I'm not seeing it with the long neck boy, all right? I'm just not. You know, Sandy Shocks. Ben Morse, the 2024 curse. Oh man, you've lost round 1 of the last 4 tournaments. You've been playing fire. You've been playing fire. Yeah, Zakok, you're right. Losing to fire, thinking of Gangsters Can Cry the entire ride home. Can gangsters cry? Sandy, I've been missing on you. Karate ain't the same without you. So good, dude. It's so good. Absolute genius. Shout out to Glorb. Zenblade 120. Okay. Okay. All right. I didn't know about this guy. Dang. Shout out to Justin Basil. Justin Basil makes some nice website stuff. Yeah, what's the fish do? Oh, the fish is you can use any attack from your pre-evolutions. Apart from the future deck and gouging fire, what else am I interested in from this set? Oh, I've spent hours talking about what I'm interested in from this set. Hours and hours. In fact, I've been doing nothing but talking about this set the entire day so far. But I'll give you the once through. Shiftry is bad. Whimsicott is bad. Rabska is bad. Iron Leaves, extremely good in the future deck. Incineroar EX, has potential like Bryce Young has potential. Gouging Fire EX actually has potential. Feraligatr is the best Feraligatr in Gym Leader Challenge. That actually means something. So for a low energy water deck that's not playing Rain Dance and more is just kind of trying to power up, low energy attackers, this guy, he could do 280 damage. This card I do not believe is standard viable, but in Gym Leader Challenge, being able to do 280 for 2, yeah, that's kind of nuts. So, like that. Walking Wake is times not yet, but, kind of interesting that it exists. It's fine. Raichu for Lightning Spread Gym Leader Challenge decks. This card is crazy. The Wug Wug, you play that alongside, you could play this alongside Golden Go, but it's not really, it's powerful enough to be its own deck. Guess you could, it's interesting. The guy could be in the future deck. It's probably not worth it, but does easily one-hit KO Pidgeot and stuff. This guy, cute, not good. Fluttermane, absolutely spineless Wobbuffet. Iron Valiant, not worth it. This one, also not worth it. Iron Crown, awesome in the future deck. Relicanth, I guess if you're trying to make that Incineroar EX work, you're probably going to play Relicanth with it. Maybe. Garganacl. Bad. Oh, here's this guy. This guy is like the actual good one. Yeah, Great Tusk. This guy could be played in Gym Leader Challenge for sure. Yup. 160 for 3. Oh, yeah. And he's big. Mr. Shocks. If you have 3 or more energy in play. Nah, fighting never has 3 or more energy in play. This guy could be played in the future deck. Gengar's got an awesome artwork, but is bad. Farigiraf could have its moment, but won't be like a top meta deck, but could have its moment just like Alolan Vulpix V-Star, right? Could even be part of a championship winning deck, but it's, it's not going to be like BDIF or anything. Matang, this card is probably the single card that I am most excited about from the set because it's going to go awesome in my Metal Gym Leader Challenge deck. And Metagross. Yeah, Matang and Sweatygross, yeah, they're awesome. They changed the game for Metal for sure. Iron Treads, kind of meh. Koraidon, kind of meh. This Miraidon, yeah. This guy, he's that guy, bro. He's that dude. The Roaring Moon is not good. This Roaring Moon is not good, bro. It's not good. All right, like maybe if you want just like a single prize attacker that can do maybe 110 damage in your Roaring Moon EX deck, like maybe, okay? But this guy is not good. He's not like, you're not doing like 200 damage with this, okay? You're maybe too dark for 110, maybe. I'll give you, maybe you got like 4 ancient cards in the discard pile. Maybe you got 5. Maybe you got 6. Cool, you got 6, you're doing 130. Like, fine. Yeah. Okay. How many do you think you're going to have in the discard pile? How many? Do you think you're going to have 20? Oh, yeah, exactly. This card was also terrible. It was a stage 1, though, so it's a little bit different. You really think you're going to have 20? Right, so that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I don't know. I think, like, more Petco is kind of better than this thing. I'm trying to say this card's just not that good. You guys are tripping. Like, maybe it's a one of in some Roaring Moon lists, like, to help deal with Lost Box. But, like, and that's kind of what I've been saying, is just use more Petco if you want to have a single prize attacker, right? Because then at least you power up your moons. But It's fine, I guess. I just don't think this thing is that great. Yeah, this guy kind of mid. Definitely. This thing, no. Dragon's not hitting anything for weakness. No point in attacking with that. But I would argue that this card is better than this thing. If you have 4 ancient Pokemon in play, you're doing 120. Cool. That's probably better than the dark guy. The future box is just broken. I think this thing's going to be nuts. The Miraidon, juice and energy into play. Miraidon can easily hit 100 damage turn 1 for 1 energy. We already see how good turn 1 100 damage is. Just look at Lost Box with Cramorant, right? I mean, all you have to do, and you've got the card, you've got the tools to do it. You can, you have the future thing that gets 2 future Pokemon. You've got that, right? Everybody else loses Battle VIP Pass. Future deck doesn't, right? You play that thing, you get the 2 future Pokemon, you get the board set up, and then you get the Cabalions out, right? Cabalion makes your guy do plus 20 damage. Future Booster Energy Capsule makes your guy do plus 20 damage. Very easy to get a turn 1 100 damage and accelerate 2 energy to your future Pokemon. Just crazy, right? And then it's very possible you could come in, turn 1 100, right? Turn 2, you could crank out 300. I mean, it's just nuts. I mean, you could very easily do that. And that's just all with basic Pokemon. You could go turn 1, power up an Iron Hands, right? You get the turn 2 Iron Hands going that way. If this thing gets amped, you just snap back. You're chilling. And then you've got the absolutely broken future Ace spec, which accelerates all those energy into play. I think Raging Bolt is bad. Buddy Poffin's broken. Cryptomaniac is mid. It's fine. Drum's Awakening. It's a good card. Emergency Board. Mid. Airy. Great for control decks. This. Great when it comes to my men's grooming. Great when it comes to my men's grooming needs. Hashtag Manscaped. Hero's Cape is fine for control decks. Master Ball is terrible. Prime Catcher is good, but not even the best ace spec anymore, because the best ace spec now is Reboot Pod. This thing's insane. Attach a basic energy card from your discard pile to each of your future Pokemon to play. That's so broken. This is the equivalent of like 6 dark patches, dude. 6. This card is the equivalent of a boss and a switch. This card is the equivalent of 6 turbo patch all flipping heads, or 6 energy sticker all flipping heads. It's crazy. Yeah, this card is the equivalent of a Pokemon catcher flipping heads and a switch. This card is the equivalent of 6 turbo patch flipping heads. It's like absolutely nuts. Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. This card could be good in control decks. This card, just situationally, I don't think that this card is unplayable. I think the Hero's Cape certainly can fill some niche somewhere. Of course, this card is just more blanket good. Like, this card will go when, like, a deck doesn't have, not all decks can play Reboot Pod, obviously. So Prime Catcher is just going to be like the vanilla choice. If a deck just doesn't have a card to play, it'll play Prime Catcher. It could play Hero's Cape, but probably will just play Prime Catcher. And then Drum of Awakening is also nuts. Draw a card for each your ancient Pokemon in play. Yeah, that's just crazy. You could just draw 6. You just rip 6. For an item, that's like flipping 2 heads on roller skates, bro. Dang. That's 2 roller skates heads. Crazy. But yeah. I think the future deck certainly has some legs. I think it'll be kind of tough to navigate some matchups. Definitely seems like it's the kind of deck where if you kind of get behind on your energy and maybe prize your ace spec, like that could be bad. But I think that the future deck has a lot of potential, and I think it's awesome. And you know, Roaring Moon is like a really good ancient deck. I don't think that like I think Roaring Moon is just so much better than this long neck guy, right? Like I think he's cool and all. He's a dragon. He's a giraffe. Okay, I get it. People like it. All right, but I'm sorry to break your heart. It's just not. It's not it. Roaring Moon's just better than this, in my opinion. I think Roaring Moon's better. It's 10 hit points different than Roaring Moon. 10. Buddy Poffin's crazy. Can I explain how you get to 100 with Baby Miraidon? I'd love to. This guy right here. Iron Crown EX. It's got the Cobalt Command ability. Your future Pokemon's attacks do 20 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon, and it stacks. So then all you have to do is just go, you know, put 2 of these into play. That's plus 40. Future Booster Energy Capsule. Plus 20. Right. And you've got the, what's the, is future? Do we have that? Future. Okay. Techno Radar. Yeah, you've got the Techno Radar. So basically, you don't even lose Battle VIP Pass, and you have a way to cycle those energy into the discard pile, right? Techno Radar just pieces the whole deck together. So you don't lose Battle VIP Pass. You actually have a better Battle VIP Pass. Because you can play it on turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. I mean, heck, even turn 5. They don't have to be basics, but they will be, because I think the whole future deck's just going to be basics. Discard synergy with the ace item. Yep. You could Arven for Techno Radar and and Future Booster Energy Capsule too. There's so much cool stuff you could do. And the Miraidon, I mean, you see how good attacking with Cramorant turn 1 is. Like that just is. You know, in Lost Box decks, you can attack with Cramorant turn 1, and that's really good. In future decks, you can attack with this Miraidon turn 1 and power up, you know, a bigger attacker for turn 2. It's like just instantly, right? Which is just so powerful. Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts, for sure. That is very strong. And I love Miraidon, so I'm glad Miraidon's getting a lot of love, because I think Miraidon's like the coolest Pokemon. The format will overall be a basic format? No, I do not think so. You've still got Charizard as one of the best decks in the format. You've got Gardevoir EX, which will remain a top deck as well. I do really think that there's going to be a healthy balance. And then you've got decks like Golden Go, right, which is stage 1 deck. So the hope is that there's a healthy balance between basic decks, stage 1 decks, and stage 2 decks. That's the dream. And I think that it's possible that we get there, right? Golden Go is kind of like the best stage 1 deck right now. And it's not great. I do hope that there's like a little bit more love for stage 1s. Like Zoro box was so kind of robbed, right? And I think that that's kind of a testament to how mid stage 1s have been. How are you cram blocking into the Lasso matchup? Just benching double Murano going first and then putting up a beefy single prizer? I don't know. I haven't got that far yet. I mean, we'll get that far once we start testing. V Maxes are stage 1s? Oh, God. No. V Stars and V Maxes. No. No. Come on. I do think it's kind of interesting. What the Fluttermane can't be damaged by a Cramorant. That's kind of cool. So I guess I don't think this card is very good. But, you know, Klefki accomplishes the same thing. But I guess this is like one-sided, so it's slightly better. All right, that's going to do it for the stream chat. New cards, great stuff. Thank you guys all so much for hanging out and for all the love today. It's been a lot of fun, and I've very much enjoyed brainstorming ideas with the new cards. I am going to be ordering the Japanese equivalent of these sets, and I'll build all the decks. I'll build you a Gouging Fire deck. I'll build you an Incineroar EX deck. I'll build you the Future Box deck. Oh, baby, I'm probably going to build 2 Future Boxes. I'm going to open a lot of Future. That deck's going to go crazy. I'm really excited about that. I might even mess around and build you a Long Neck Giraffe deck, okay? I'll even do that. Because you know what? If I'm wrong, that'd be great. Because I love this thing. I think this is like one of the coolest Pokemon. I really wish it was good. No, I won't build you a Gengar deck, okay? Sorry. I'll draw the line there. No, I'm not gonna build you a Gengar deck. But we're gonna build everything else. But I gotta get the cards first. The cards come out at the end of the month, I think the 26th or so. So I'm gonna be ordering those and then hopefully getting them by the end of the month. That means in February, I'm gonna be kind of hard at work producing the tabletop content so that the tabletop videos are out by the time, by the time the set comes out on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live in March. Cool. All right. You guys have a wonderful, fantastic, and blessed weekend. Thank you all so much for hanging out today. Hopefully you had fun talking about the cards. I know I did. Next week, I'm going to be getting back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. I know I took a little break from TCG Live just to talk about other things and kind of, do all of that. But next week I'm going to be hitting the ground running, really testing for Charlotte, because I do want to make sure that I am as prepared for the Charlotte Regional Championships as I can possibly be. I've got a top 10 video coming out on the top 10 rotated cards. I'm going to be releasing that this afternoon. That is what I'm going to go finish up right now. Later.